At 16:47 hours on June 14th, 1944, Private Leo Major crouched behind a hedgerow 400 meters south of Nori-en-Bessin and watched his squad leader's head disappear in a spray of red mist and bone fragments as a German 88mm shell hit the half-track at point-blank range. The explosion lifted the 9-ton vehicle 3 feet off the ground, flipped it sideways, and killed all 7 men inside in the time it took Major to blink. He was 23 years old, had been in Normandy for 8 days, and had just become the last living member of his reconnaissance patrol. The noise was incredible, not just loud but physically crushing, a pressure wave that knocked him flat and filled his sinuses with the smell of burning diesel and cooked meat. Through the smoke and hedgerow branches, he could see them. Panzer IV tanks, at least 6 in the vanguard, advancing in line formation down the farm road toward the crossroads at Nori. Their tracks churned the muddy Norman earth into chocolate pudding. 25 tons of German steel moving at 12 kilometers per hour, turrets traversing left and right, searching for targets. Behind them, more tanks. Maybe a dozen, maybe more. Major couldn't get an exact count through the smoke, but the math was simple and terrible. If those panzers took the crossroads, they'd cut the main supply route to the British 3rd Division, trap 12,000 men against the Meuse River, and turn the entire left flank of the Normandy beachhead into a killing ground. The British had established a defensive line here 3 days ago, anchored on a single 17-pounder anti-tank gun dug into a hull-down position behind a destroyed barn. The gun was a monster, 3 tons of steel and springs, firing 17-pound armor-piercing shells at 3,000 feet per second, with enough kinetic energy to punch through 140 millimeters of armor at 1,000 yards. It was the only weapon in the British arsenal that could reliably kill a Panzer IV from the front. And right now, it was abandoned. The 6-man gun crew had evacuated 20 minutes ago when the German artillery barrage started, leaving the weapon behind because you didn't move a 3-ton gun under artillery fire. You just ran and hoped to come back later. Major had approximately 90 seconds before the lead panzer reached effective firing range of the crossroads. He had a Lee Enfield rifle with 4 rounds remaining, 1 phosphorus grenade, and absolutely no training on how to operate a 17-pounder anti-tank gun. What he did have was 4 years of experience fixing farm equipment on his family's dairy operation outside Montreal, a mechanical aptitude that had made him the unofficial repair specialist in his unit, and a very clear understanding that if he didn't do something extremely stupid in the next minute and a half, 12,000 British soldiers were going to die. He sprinted across 40 meters of open ground to the gun emplacement, diving into the sandbag pit as an 88mm shell screamed overhead and detonated in the hedgerow behind him. The 17-pounder sat there like an accusation, its barrel pointed uselessly at a 45-degree angle to the road, its breech mechanism open, 3 unfired shells stacked neatly beside the gun shield. Major had seen these weapons fired during training exercises. He knew the basic principle: load shell, close breech, traverse barrel to target, pull firing lanyard, repeat. Simple in theory, impossible in practice for one man. The 17-pounder required a 6-man crew because every operation was a 2-handed job that required coordination between multiple positions. The loader had to lift the 17-pound shell from the ready rack, ram it into the breech, and close the mechanism, a process that took 2 men 8 seconds when they were trained and rested. The gunner had to operate the traverse wheel to aim horizontally while simultaneously working the elevation wheel to adjust vertical angle, both hands occupied, eyes glued to the sight. The commander had to identify targets, call ranges, and order fire. 3 other crew members handled ammunition supply, spotting, and communication. You couldn't do all of that alone. The physics didn't work. You literally didn't have enough hands. Unless you improvised. Major examined the gun with a farmer's eye, looking for mechanical shortcuts. The traverse mechanism was a hand crank system connected to a worm gear that rotated the entire gun carriage. Standard military engineering, precise, reliable, and agonizingly slow. It took 14 complete rotations of the traverse wheel to swing the barrel 90 degrees. At one rotation, every 1.2 seconds, that meant 17 seconds to acquire a new target. Too slow. The Panzers would kill him before he could traverse to the second tank. But the gun sat on a circular bearing race, a steel ring that allowed the entire carriage to rotate. The traverse wheel engaged the bearing through a clutch mechanism. If Major could disengage the clutch, the gun would swing freely on the bearing race, much faster, but with zero precision. He'd have to aim by physically pushing the barrel, using the 3-ton gun's momentum and the bearing's friction to control the swing. Rough aiming, not precise targeting. Good enough for shooting at 25-ton targets at 400 meters. He found the clutch lever on the left side of the carriage, a spring-loaded handle that locked the traverse mechanism. He pulled it. The gun swung free on its bearing, suddenly mobile, the barrel drifting slightly as the carriage settled. Good. That solved traverse. Now he needed to solve the loading problem. The breech mechanism was a vertical sliding block that required 2 hands to operate, one to pull the operating handle, one to guide the shell into the chamber, then both hands to close and lock the mechanism. Major didn't have 2 hands. He had 2 hands total, and he needed them for aiming and firing. He needed a way to hold the breech open while he loaded, then close it remotely while his hands were on the traverse and elevation controls. In the destroyed barn behind the gun position, he found what he needed. A coil of baling wire, the kind farmers use to repair everything from fences to tractor parts. 20 feet of 12-gauge galvanized steel wire, tensile strength approximately 1,200 pounds. He cut 4 lengths with his combat knife, ran back to the gun, and started improvising a mechanical linkage that would have made his engineering instructors weep. He wired the breech operating handle to the elevation wheel using a simple lever system. When he cranked the elevation wheel clockwise, the wire pulled the breech handle down, opening the mechanism. When he cranked counterclockwise, the wire went slack, allowing the spring-loaded breech to slam shut and lock. It was crude, imprecise, and violated approximately 17 safety regulations. It also meant he could load and lock the breech with one hand, while his other hand stayed on the traverse control. The firing mechanism was easier. The 17-pounder used a pull-cord lanyard that triggered the firing pin when yanked. Major tied the lanyard to his belt with a length of wire, creating a hands-free trigger he could activate by leaning backward. Pull the cord with body weight, gun fires, return to neutral position, repeat. Simple. Stupid. Potentially fatal if he mistimed it. He loaded the first shell at 16:53 hours, 6 minutes after his squad leader died. The shell was a 17-pound armor-piercing round with a tungsten carbide penetrator tip, designed to punch through hardened steel at supersonic velocity. He lifted it from the ready rack. God, it was heavy, a solid cylinder of high explosive and metal that weighed as much as a car tire, and slid it into the breech chamber. The fit was tight, requiring a firm shove to seat it properly. He cranked the elevation wheel counterclockwise.
The wire linkage pulled.
The breech block slammed shut with a metallic clang that echoed off the barn ruins. Locked and loaded. The lead Panzer was 380 meters away, closing at 12 kilometers per hour. Major had maybe 90 seconds before it reached optimal firing position. He grabbed the barrel with both hands and shoved, swinging the 3-ton gun on its bearing race, feeling the momentum build as the carriage rotated. The barrel swung past the target, too far. He pulled back, fighting the momentum, trying to stop the rotation at the exact moment the crosshairs aligned with the Panzer's frontal armor. The gun settled. Close enough. He dropped to the gunner's seat, pressed his eye against the sight, made fine adjustments with the elevation wheel. The Panzer filled the sight picture, 370 meters, moving right to left at walking speed. He had to lead the target, aim ahead of its current position to account for the shell's 0.12 second flight time and the tank's forward movement. Basic physics. He'd done this exact calculation hundreds of times shooting ducks on his family's farm. A duck at 40 yards, moving at 60 kilometers per hour, required a lead of 18 inches. A tank at 370 meters, moving at 12 kilometers per hour, required a lead of approximately 1.2 meters. He adjusted the sight, settling the crosshairs on empty air 2 meters ahead of the Panzer's bow. This was the moment where he'd find out if his improvised firing mechanism worked, or if it would blow up in his face. He leaned back, felt the wire lanyard pulled tight against his belt. The gun fired with a sound like the entire world breaking in half. The recoil was biblical. The 17-pounder kicked backward with 47,000 foot-pounds of energy, slamming into its recoil mechanism, compressing the hydraulic buffers, and nearly throwing Major out of the gunner's seat. The muzzle blast created a concussive wave that knocked leaves off trees 30 meters away. A cone of fire erupted from the barrel, illuminating the gun pit in orange light. And 370 meters downrange, the armor-piercing shell hit the Panzer IV exactly 0.3 meters behind the driver's vision port, penetrated 80 millimeters of frontal armor like it was wet cardboard, and detonated inside the crew compartment with catastrophic results. The Panzer stopped moving. Smoke poured from every hatch and vision slit. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then, the ammunition cooked off. A secondary explosion that blew the turret 15 feet into the air and turned the tank into a crematorium for 5 German soldiers who never knew what hit them. Major didn't have time to celebrate. The other Panzers had seen the muzzle flash, identified his position, were already traversing their turrets toward him. He had maybe 5 seconds before they fired. He needed to reload, re-aim, and kill another tank before the Germans turned his gun position into a crater. He cranked the elevation wheel clockwise. The wire linkage pulled the breech operating handle. The breech block slid open. The spent shell casing ejected with a clatter. He grabbed the second shell, loaded it, cranked counterclockwise, felt the breech slam shut. The entire reload sequence took 11 seconds. Too slow. He needed 8 seconds maximum, or the math would catch up with him. The second Panzer was already firing. The 75mm shell hit the barn wall 6 meters to Major's left, punched through the stone, and detonated inside with a sound like a train crash. Shrapnel whistled overhead. Dust filled the air. Major swung the gun toward the second tank, using pure momentum and muscle memory, fighting the carriage's inertia. The barrel swept across the target zone, too fast, swung back, settled. He pressed his eye to the sight. 420 meters. Moving, leading the target. Fire. The second Panzer died exactly like the first. Penetration, internal detonation, secondary explosion, turret separation. 2 tanks dead in 40 seconds.
21 to go.
And now, Major understood the real problem. This wasn't about mechanical skill or improvised engineering. This was about mathematics, endurance, and time. 9 hours. That's how long he'd have to hold this position alone, operating a weapon designed for 6 men, fighting an enemy that outnumbered him 23 to 1. 9 hours of loading 17-pound shells, aiming a 3-ton gun, absorbing recoil that could break bones, all while German tanks systematically tried to kill him. The physics were brutal, the odds were impossible. But somewhere behind him, 12,000 British soldiers were counting on this crossroads staying open. And Leo Major, a 23-year-old farmer from Montreal who'd fixed more tractors than he'd fired rifle rounds, was about to find out exactly how much punishment a human body could absorb before it quit. The 3rd Panzer was accelerating toward his position, turret traversing, main gun elevating. Major reached for the 3rd shell and discovered his hands were shaking. Major's hands steadied the moment he gripped the 3rd shell. Muscle memory overrode fear. 4 years of lifting hay bales and engine blocks had trained his body to work when his brain wanted to shut down. The 17-pound shell slid into the breach with the same motion he'd used 10,000 times loading grain sacks onto his father's truck. Mechanical, automatic. The kind of work your body could do while your conscious mind handled the geometry of staying alive. The 3rd Panzer was 390 meters out, moving faster now, the commander having realized that speed was survival against an anti-tank gun. 18 kilometers per hour, tracks throwing mud, bow machine gun chattering uselessly at the sandbag position. Major swung the gun barrel with both hands, feeling the carriage pivot on its bearing race, the 3-ton mass responding to his push like a wheelbarrow. Heavy, but controllable if you understood momentum. The crosshairs settled on target.
He compensated for the increased speed, leading the Panzer by 1.8 meters instead of 1.2. Physics didn't care about fear. Physics just required correct calculations. He leaned back. The wire lanyard pulled tight. The gun fired. This time he was braced for the recoil, legs locked against the gun shield, spine pressed into the seat. The 17-pounder still tried to throw him backward, but he rode it like a bronco, staying in position, eyes already searching for the 4th target before the 3rd Panzer's ammunition finished cooking off. Reload time, 9 seconds. Etta. Still not fast enough. He needed to find 2 more seconds somewhere, or the Germans would eventually saturate his position with enough 75mm shells to collapse the barn ruins on top of him. The 4th and 5th Panzers were working together now, a tactical evolution that made Major's stomach clench. One tank would advance, while the other provided covering fire, leapfrogging forward in 50-meter bounds, never giving him a stationary target for more than a few seconds. Smart, coordinated, the kind of combined arms tactics that required training and discipline. These weren't green conscripts. These were veterans who'd been killing Allied tanks since 1940 and knew exactly how to approach a dug-in anti-tank position. Major fired at the advancing Panzer, leading it by what felt right, the mathematics happening in some part of his brain
that bypassed conscious thought. The shell hit low, striking the left track assembly instead of the hull armor. The track exploded in a spray of steel links and rubber pads. The Panzer slewed sideways, immobilized but not destroyed. The crew would survive. He didn't have time to feel bad about it. The 5th Panzer used the disabled tank as cover, advancing behind it, using the wreck to shield its approach. Clever. Major reloaded. 8 seconds this time, he was getting faster, and waited. Patient. The Panzer commander would have to expose his tank eventually to get a firing angle.
It was pure physics.
You couldn't shoot through 25 tons of disabled friendly armor. You had to come around. And when you came around, you'd be in Major's kill zone for exactly 2.3 seconds before your turret could traverse to target him. The Panzer emerged from behind the wreck at 17:04 hours, 17 minutes into the battle. Major fired the instant he saw the bow. The shell caught the tank in the side armor, 60 millimeters thick instead of the 80 millimeter frontal protection. Penetration. Detonation. Another turret flying through the air like a discarded toy. 4 tanks destroyed, 1 disabled. 18 to go. His shoulders were screaming now, the muscles burning from the repeated recoil impacts. Each shot transferred 47,000 foot-pounds of energy through the gun carriage into his body. It was like getting hit by a professional boxer every 40 seconds. His right shoulder would be purple and black tomorrow, if he lived to see tomorrow. The noise was doing something terrible to his hearing. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine that wouldn't stop. Every explosion sounded muffled and distant, like it was happening underwater. The German tanks had learned. They weren't advancing in line formation anymore. They'd spread out, using the Norman hedgerows for concealment, approaching from multiple angles simultaneously. Major could see at least 6 Panzers now, moving through the agricultural maze at different speeds, trying to overwhelm his ability to engage multiple targets. If 3 tanks reached firing positions at the same time, he was dead. Simple mathematics. He could only shoot one direction at a time. He chose the closest threat, a Panzer IV approaching from 11 o'clock, 340 meters, moving between hedgerows. Loaded, aimed, fired. Miss. The shell sailed over the tank's turret by half a meter, his elevation calculation wrong, fatigue making him sloppy. The Panzer's commander saw the muzzle flash, immediately reversed direction, backing into the hedgerow for cover. Smart. Now Major had lost visual on that tank and had to acquire a new target, while the hidden Panzer repositioned for a flanking shot. A second Panzer appeared at 2 o'clock, 410 meters. Major swung the gun right, the barrels sweeping across 60 degrees of arc, his arms trembling with effort. Loaded. Aimed. Fired. Hit. The Panzer brewed up, its fuel tanks rupturing, diesel igniting in a black smoke column that rose 40 meters into the overcast Norman sky. 5 destroyed, 1 damaged, 1 hiding, 11 visible and maneuvering. At 17:18 hours, 31 minutes into the engagement, Major discovered a problem he hadn't anticipated. He was running out of ammunition. The ready rack beside the gun held 12 shells. He'd fired 7, missed once, had 5 remaining. Behind the gun position, there was a secondary ammunition storage dugout with another 30 shells, but it was 15 meters away through open ground. Getting to it meant leaving the gun. Leaving the gun meant the Panzers would advance unchecked. Not leaving the gun meant running dry after 5 more shots. He made a calculation that would have seemed insane to anyone who hadn't spent their childhood doing emergency repairs during harvest season, when a broken thresher meant losing an entire wheat crop. Between shots, during the reload sequence, he had approximately 11 seconds of dead time before he could fire again. The ammunition dugout was 15 meters away. He could sprint 100 meters in 14 seconds. That meant he could theoretically run to the dugout, grab shells, and return in 4.2 seconds if he moved at maximum speed. It was completely impossible. It was also the only option. He fired his 8th shot. Another Panzer destroyed at 450 meters, penetration through the turret ring, catastrophic ammunition detonation. Then he did something that violated every tactical doctrine ever written. He abandoned his weapon in the middle of a firefight. The sprint to the ammunition dugout happened in a blur of adrenaline and terror. His boots slipped on mud. A 75mm shell hit the barn wall, showering him with stone fragments that stung like hornets. He dove into the dugout, grabbed 4 shells, all he could carry, and sprinted back. Total time, 8 seconds. Too long. A Panzer had advanced 32 meters during his absence, but he was back at the gun, loading, firing, killing, the rhythm continuing. He repeated this suicidal ammunition run 6 more times over the next hour. Each time, the Panzers advanced a little further. Each time, he returned to find enemy tanks closer to his position. But each time, he killed another tank before they could exploit his absence. The mathematics were holding. Barely. By 18:23 hours, 2 hours and 6 minutes into the battle, Major had destroyed 11 Panzers and disabled 2 more. His improvised wire firing mechanism had broken twice, forcing him to repair it under fire using spare wire and his combat knife. The gun's recoil buffer was leaking hydraulic fluid, reducing the mechanism's effectiveness, making each shot slam harder into his shoulder. His right arm was numb from fingertips to shoulder blade. He was drinking water from his canteen between shots to avoid passing out from dehydration. The Germans had changed tactics again. They'd stopped trying to assault his position directly. Instead, they were setting up a siege, positioning tanks in a semicircle at maximum range, 800 to 1,000 meters, where their 75mm guns could fire with relative safety, while his 17-pounder's accuracy degraded significantly at those distances. They were going to pound his position into rubble with sustained indirect fire, while preventing him from relocating or withdrawing. Major counted 13 Panzers still operational. He'd killed 11, disabled 2, and somewhere out there in the Norman countryside, 13 more tanks were preparing to reduce his position to a smoking crater. He had 17 shells remaining. The mathematics were finally turning against him. Then, the weather changed everything. At 18:47 hours, the overcast Norman sky opened up and dumped rain in sheets so thick that visibility dropped to 200 meters. The Panzers disappeared into the gray wall of water. Their long-range bombardment became guesswork, shells landing randomly across the field, nowhere near Major's position. For the first time in over 2 hours, he could stop shooting and assess the damage to his body. His shoulder was destroyed. Not broken, he could still move it. But the soft tissue damage was severe enough that lifting his right arm above horizontal felt like knives in the joint. His hearing was gone in his right ear, just a constant, high-pitched tone. His hands were blistered from the elevation and traverse wheels, skin torn off in sheets where he'd gripped too hard during recoil. He was shaking from adrenaline come-down, his body finally acknowledging the sustained trauma it had endured. The rain lasted 43 minutes. During that time, Major performed field maintenance on the gun that should have required a 3-man armorer team and a fully equipped workshop. He repacked the recoil buffer with grease scavenged from a destroyed German half-track. He replaced his broken wire firing mechanism with a new linkage that was actually more reliable than the first version. He moved ammunition forward from the dugout, building a ready stack of 20 shells within arm's reach. He ate a tin of beef from his pack and drank a full liter of water. And he watched the grey rain wall, waiting for the panzers to emerge. They came out of the rain at 19:33 hours in a coordinated assault that should have killed him in the first 30 seconds. 6 tanks advancing simultaneously from different angles, converging on his position at maximum speed. Turrets firing on the move. Saturation tactics designed to overwhelm a single gun through sheer volume of fire. The mathematics were brutal. 6 targets, 6 different ranges, 6 different lead calculations. He needed to kill all 6 tanks in under 90 seconds, or they'd reach close range, where their armor would be too thick for his firing angle. He killed the first tank at 520 meters. Loaded, aimed, fired. 9 seconds. Second tank at 480 meters, approaching from 10 o'clock. Swing the gun. Aim, fire. 8 seconds. Third tank at 440 meters, the gun's recoil buffer failing, the impact slamming his shoulder so hard he tasted blood. 7 seconds. Fourth tank at 390 meters, his hands moving automatically now, no conscious thought, just repetition and muscle memory. 7 seconds. Fifth tank at 350 meters, dangerously close, its 75mm gun elevated directly at his position. 6 seconds. Fire. The 5th Panzer's shell and Major's 17-pounder round passed each other in flight. The German 75mm hit the sandbag wall 3 feet to Major's left, detonated, and buried him in an avalanche of sand, dirt, and concussive force. His improvised wire firing mechanism snapped. The gun's sight was knocked out of alignment. And the 6th Panzer was 280 meters away, closing fast, its commander certain he'd just killed the anti-tank position. Major cleared the sand from his face, saw the approaching tank through vision that wouldn't focus properly, and did something that proved he'd completely lost his mind. He aimed the 17-pounder without using the sight. Pure Kentucky windage, using the barrel's physical orientation and his memory of the gun's trajectory. He cranked the elevation wheel to what felt right, shoved the barrel with both hands until it pointed at approximately the right spot, loaded a shell, and yanked the firing lanyard manually because his belt-mounted trigger system was buried under a ton of sand. The shot was impossible. The shell hit the 6th Panzer in the engine deck at a 35-degree deflection angle, ricocheted off the armor, and should have sailed harmlessly into the Norman countryside. Instead, it struck the tank's externally mounted spare track links, fragmented into dozens of high-velocity pieces, and shredded the engine compartment's cooling system. The Panzer hemorrhaged coolant, overheated, and cooked off its own ammunition, without Major's shell ever penetrating the primary armor. Pure luck, completely unrepeatable. 6 tanks dead in 52 seconds. 7 Panzers remained. Major had 11 shells left. His gun was damaged, his firing mechanism destroyed, his shoulder possibly fractured, and his sight alignment was somewhere between wrong and catastrophically inaccurate. The British defensive line was still 3 kilometers behind him. The crossroads was still critical, and he still had 7 more tanks to kill before the mathematics allowed him to stop. The last 7 panzers tried everything. They tried massed fire, 5 tanks shooting simultaneously at his position, turning the barn ruins into a moonscape. Major survived by abandoning the gun during the bombardment, sheltering in the ammunition dugout, then sprinting back when the firing stopped. They tried infiltration, 1 panzer attempting to approach through a drainage ditch at 50 meters range. Major killed it with a shell, fired at near horizontal angle, the round skipping across the ground like a stone on water before punching through the tank's thin belly armor. They tried waiting him out, positioning at extreme range and maintaining covering fire for 90 minutes, trying to force him to abandon his position or run out of ammunition. None of it worked. Major was operating in a state beyond fatigue, beyond fear, beyond rational thought. He was a machine that loaded shells and killed tanks. Each shot was the only shot. Each reload was the last reload. Time stopped having meaning. The battle became a series of discrete moments. Load, aim, fire, reload. Load, aim, fire, reload. The rhythm of it was almost meditative. At 22:47 hours, 5 hours and 31 minutes after the engagement began, Major killed the 23rd and final Panzer. The tank was 680 meters away, attempting to withdraw after watching 22 others die to a single gun position that should have been overrun in the first 10 minutes. Major's shot hit it in the rear armor, the weakest point, penetrated the engine compartment and set the fuel tanks ablaze. The crew bailed out, running across the fields into the darkness. He didn't fire on them. The battle was over. He sat behind the 17-pounder for another hour, waiting to see if more tanks would come. None did. At 23:54 hours, a British patrol from the 3rd Division arrived at the crossroads, having advanced through terrain the Germans had abandoned. They found Private Leo Major sitting beside a damaged anti-tank gun, surrounded by 23 burning panzers scattered across 2 square kilometers of Norman farmland. The patrol lieutenant's name was Richard Thornton. He was 26 years old, had commanded a rifle platoon through 8 days of continuous combat since D-Day, and had seen enough of war to recognize impossible things when they happened. He walked through the gun position, examining the improvised wire mechanisms, the scattered shell casings, the blood on the gunner's seat, trying to understand how one man had done this. "How many crew?" Thornton asked. "1," Major said. His voice was hoarse from breathing powder smoke and shouting over artillery. "How many shells?" "Started with 42, got 6 left." Thornton looked at the burning tanks, did the mathematics in his head, looked at Major, looked at the gun, looked at the tanks again. "That's impossible." "Seemed necessary at the time," Major said. The British 3rd Division's after-action report, filed June 16, 1944, documented the engagement at Nori-en-Bessin as unprecedented anti-tank action by single gun position. The report credited the successful defense of the crossroads with preventing German counterattack that would have isolated 12,000 British troops and potentially collapsed the entire left flank of the Normandy beachhead. Estimated lives saved: between 4,000 and 8,000 soldiers who would have been killed or captured if the German armor had broken through. The report also noted that the gun position had been operated by a single Canadian private, using field expedient modifications to standard crew-served weapon. Military intelligence requested detailed information about these modifications for potential doctrine revision. Major's improvised wire firing mechanism was photographed, documented, and classified. The design principles eventually influenced the development of semi-automatic loading systems in later anti-tank weapons. Major received the Distinguished Conduct Medal for the action, the second highest decoration for gallantry available to Commonwealth enlisted personnel. The citation read, "For exceptional courage and resourcefulness in the face of overwhelming enemy armor, maintaining fire from a crew-served weapon while operating alone, destroying 23 enemy tanks, and preserving a critical defensive position." He received the medal on June 24, 1944, from Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, who reportedly asked him how he'd managed to operate a 17-pounder alone. Major's answer was characteristically brief: baling wire and stubbornness. The physical cost of the engagement became apparent over the following weeks. Major's right shoulder required 8 weeks of physical therapy to regain full range of motion. The soft tissue damage was severe enough that he couldn't lift his rifle above his head for 3 months. His hearing never fully recovered in his right ear, leaving him with permanent tinnitus and 40% hearing loss. The repeated recoil trauma had compressed 3 vertebrae in his spine, causing chronic back pain that would persist for the rest of his life. He returned to active duty in August 1944 and continued serving with the Canadian Forces through the liberation of Belgium and the Netherlands. In April 1945, he participated in the liberation of the Dutch city of Zwolle, an action that earned him a second Distinguished Conduct Medal and cemented his reputation as one of the most decorated Canadian soldiers of the war. But the Nori engagement remained his most significant tactical contribution. The day one farm boy with improvised wire mechanisms had held a crossroads against an armored battalion. The 17-pounder gun that Major used was recovered after the battle, repaired, and returned to service. It participated in 12 more engagements before the war ended, operated by standard 6-man crews who achieved an average kill rate of 1.3 enemy tanks per engagement. Major's single-handed 9-hour defense had a kill rate of 2.56 tanks per hour. No other anti-tank gun in the European theater, before or after, matched that performance. Post-war analysis of the Nori engagement by military historians identified several factors that contributed to Major's success. The German armor was operating without infantry support, a tactical error that left them vulnerable to a well-positioned anti-tank gun. The terrain favored the defender, with hedgerows limiting German maneuver options. The 17-pounder's superior armor penetration gave Major a significant technological advantage. But none of those factors explained how one man had physically operated a weapon designed for 6 people, sustained the punishment of 36 main gun firings, and maintained tactical effectiveness for over 9 hours of continuous combat. The answer, as Major explained in a 1978 interview with Canadian military historians, was simple. "I grew up fixing tractors. A 17-pounder is just a really expensive tractor with a bigger kick. You figure out what needs to happen, you make it happen with whatever you have. Wire worked fine." The baling wire firing mechanism that Major improvised became the subject of a 1947 engineering study by the British War Office. The study concluded that while the design was crude and potentially hazardous, it demonstrated principles that could be applied to reducing crew requirements for heavy weapons. Several design elements from Major's improvisation appeared in post-war anti-tank gun development, though he received no royalties or recognition for the contribution. Major died in 2008 at age 87 in Montreal, survived by his wife and 3 children. His obituary in the Globe and Mail mentioned his Distinguished Conduct Medals and his role in liberating Zwolle, but failed to mention Nori en Bessin. The battle had been classified for 30 years due to the involvement of experimental anti-tank tactics, and by the time the files were declassified in 1974, it had been largely forgotten except by military historians and veterans of the 3rd Division. In 2019, a Canadian military historian named Michael Peterson published a comprehensive study of the Nori en Bessin engagement, titled "One Man, One Gun: The Physics of Impossible Defense." Peterson's research identified the precise mechanical principles Major had used, calculated the actual physical forces involved, and concluded that the engagement represented the maximum theoretical performance of a single operator using improvised mechanisms on a crew-served weapon. The study estimated that Major had absorbed approximately 1.69 million foot-pounds of recoil energy over 9 hours, equivalent to being hit by a professional heavyweight boxer 360 times consecutively. The crossroads at Nori en Bessin still exists. The barn ruins were cleared in 1946. The gun position was filled in and converted to agricultural use. There's no monument, no marker, no indication that 23 tanks died there in 9 hours. Because a farm boy from Montreal understood mechanical physics and refused to abandon his position. The field grows wheat now. Sometimes farmers plowing the soil find pieces of steel track links or shell fragments and wonder what happened here. What happened was simple mathematics. 1 man, 1 gun, 36 shells fired, 23 tanks destroyed, 9 hours of sustained combat, and 12,000 British soldiers who lived because Leo Major knew how to fix things with baling wire and refused to accept that impossible meant anything more than slightly difficult.
July 1944, Caen, France. The summer sun beat down on rubble that used to be a city. Captain William Chen stood in a destroyed bakery and stared at the German strongpoint 300 meters away. Dust hung in the air, thick enough to taste. The smell of cordite mixed with old smoke and something sweet and rotten that Chen tried not to think about. Behind him, 47 wooden crosses marked Canadian graves from the past 5 days. 47 men dead trying to take one stone building. 47 families who would never see their sons again. 47 telegrams that would arrive at farmhouses and city apartments with words that started with, "We regret to inform you." The building rose from the ruins like a broken tooth. Medieval stone walls, 3 feet thick, surrounded it on every side. German engineers had reinforced it with concrete and steel beams in 1943 when they knew the invasion was coming. Small windows cut into the stone allowed German machine guns to cover every street and alley. Inside those walls, Captain Ernst Weber commanded 90 Wehrmacht soldiers. They had food for 3 weeks. They had ammunition stacked to the ceiling in every room. They had 2 anti-tank guns positioned to destroy any vehicle that approached from any direction. They had medical supplies, radio equipment, and orders that were absolutely clear. Hold this position. Do not retreat. Do not surrender. And Captain Weber had made his position clear in a message he sent yesterday. A Canadian corporal named McDougall had approached the building under a white flag, carrying a letter sealed in an envelope. The letter was simple and direct. Surrender now, and your men will be treated as prisoners of war under Geneva Convention rules. Fight, and we will destroy you and everyone inside. 1 hour to decide. 2 hours later, the German response came back, carried by the same corporal. Written in precise English on expensive paper that looked like it came from a German officer's personal stationery. Captain Weber's words were cold and professional, and left no room for negotiation. I am a German officer defending German-held territory under orders from my superiors. My orders are to hold this position until relieved by German forces or until we exhaust our ammunition. My men are prepared to fight. You may waste your soldiers attacking this position. We will still be here. The message was signed with Weber's full rank and name and unit designation. Very formal, very correct, very German, and very clear that he had no intention of surrendering to anyone. This single building was stopping an entire Canadian brigade from advancing. 3 miles away was Hill 112, a strategic high ground position that overlooked all the roads leading to Paris. Whoever controlled Hill 112 controlled the breakout from Normandy. Whoever controlled the roads to Paris controlled the pace of the entire Allied advance into France. But the Canadians couldn't take Hill 112 while Weber's strongpoint threatened their right flank. German artillery observers positioned in that building could see every Canadian movement. They could call fire missions on any advancing unit. They had direct line of sight to the assembly areas where Canadian forces gathered before attacks. Taking Hill 112 without neutralizing Weber's position first would be suicide. The Germans would destroy any force that advanced. They had to take the building before they could move forward. But every assault had failed. The British sent tanks 3 days ago. 4 Sherman tanks rumbled down the street at dawn, firing their 75mm guns at the stone walls. German anti-tank guns opened fire at 200 meters. The first Sherman exploded, turret blown completely off. The second Sherman caught fire. The third tried to reverse, but hit rubble and got stuck. The fourth retreated, trailing smoke. 3 burning wrecks now blocked the main street. The British didn't try again. American commanders suggested aerial bombing. Drop 2,000-pound bombs from B-17s flying at 20,000 feet. Flatten everything within 500 meters. Problem solved. But French civilians were hiding in cellars throughout the neighborhood. Families with children living in basements because their homes had been destroyed. Bombing would kill hundreds of innocents. The Allied command structure had been very clear about this. No indiscriminate bombing of areas with civilians. Not negotiable. So the Canadians tried infantry attacks. The first assault came at dawn 4 days ago. 60 men from the Calgary Highlanders charged across the rubble-filled streets in a coordinated rush. German machine guns opened fire when the Canadians were 150 meters away. The MG-42s fired at 1,200 rounds per minute. The sound was like tearing canvas, continuous and deadly. 19 Canadians died in the first 2 minutes. Most were hit multiple times before they hit the ground. 14 more fell wounded, screaming for medics. The survivors crawled back to the trenches, dragging their injured friends, leaving the dead where they fell because retrieving bodies meant dying yourself. The second assault came that afternoon, with smoke grenades and covering fire from every available weapon. 40 Canadians advanced through thick white smoke that was supposed to hide them from German gunners. The Germans waited silently. They didn't fire. They didn't react. They just waited. When the Canadians were 30 feet from the building, close enough to see the windows clearly through gaps in the smoke, the Germans threw stick grenades out of every opening. The grenades landed among the advancing Canadians and exploded in rapid succession. 16 more casualties. The smoke cleared and the Canadians retreated again. The third assault used different tactics. More artillery preparation. Mortars firing white phosphorus to create more smoke. Covering fire from 3 different positions to keep German heads down. Bangalore torpedoes to clear a path through rubble. The result was the same. German machine guns waiting until the perfect moment. More graves, more letters to write to families, more failure. A British colonel visited the Canadian positions that hot morning. His name was Pemberton, and he wore a clean uniform that had been pressed recently. His boots were shiny and had never seen serious mud. He carried a swagger stick made from polished wood. He climbed out of his staff car and walked to the forward observation post like he was inspecting a parade ground. He pointed at the strong point with his swagger stick and spoke with the absolute certainty of a man who had never personally charged a machine gun. "We'll use heavy artillery," he said. "Bring up the 155mm guns, the big ones. Pound them day and night until the concrete cracks. Eventually the building will collapse, or they'll run out of ammunition. Either way, they'll surrender." An American major stood beside him, nodding his head in agreement. The American wore thick glasses and carried a clipboard. He looked like an accountant, which is probably what he had been before the war. "Acceptable casualties," the American said, reading from his clipboard. "Statistical analysis shows that with proper support, a reinforced company should be able to take the position with 30 to 40% casualties. That's within acceptable parameters for this type of operation. Send another infantry wave with better artillery support, better timing, better coordination. Eventually, their defenses will break. Mathematics guarantees it." The Canadian officers stood there listening to this advice and felt sick in their stomachs. More bombing had failed 500 times already. The concrete walls absorbed punishment that would have destroyed normal buildings. More soldiers charging across open ground would just mean more wooden crosses, more letters to write, more families destroyed. But winter storms were coming. Weather reports showed a major storm system approaching from the Atlantic. In 48 hours, heavy weather would make any offensive operations nearly impossible. If they didn't take the fortress before the storms arrived, they would have to wait until the weather cleared. Maybe a week, maybe longer. Every day of delay meant more time for the Germans to reinforce Hill 112. Every day meant the offensive lost momentum. Major Jack... Wait, wrong name. Let me restart with the correct character. Captain William Chen studied the map spread across a wooden ammunition crate and said nothing during the meeting with the British colonel and the American major. He was 31 years old, with strong hands scarred from years of working with tools and materials. His skin was weathered from sun exposure, but his eyes were sharp and observant, the kind of eyes that noticed details other people missed. Before the war, Chen had been a structural engineer in Vancouver. He designed bridges that spanned rivers and buildings that rose 20 stories into the sky. He understood load-bearing walls and stress points and compression forces. He knew how weight distributed through a structure and where the critical failure points were located. He understood that every building, no matter how strong it appeared, had weaknesses. He just had to know where to look. Chen had designed the Lions Gate Bridge approach in 1938 when he was only 25 years old. It was his first major project and the one he was most proud of. The bridge had to support enormous weight while allowing flexibility for wind and earthquakes. Chen had spent 6 months calculating stress loads and studying how forces moved through the structure. The bridge still stood, still carried traffic every day. He had built things that lasted. Now the Canadian Army needed him to destroy things. The irony wasn't lost on him. The Army had made Chen a combat engineer because he could calculate exactly how much explosive would collapse a building without bringing down neighboring structures.
He could look at a bridge and tell you which support beam to cut so the whole thing would fall into the river instead of falling sideways and blocking the river.
He understood controlled demolition. He understood that destruction, done correctly, was just engineering in reverse. But lately, Chen had been thinking that maybe there were better ways to destroy things than just blowing them up. Now, Chen ignored the British colonel and the American major arguing about artillery tonnage and acceptable casualty rates. He looked at something they had completely overlooked because they were military men thinking about military solutions. Chen looked at the building's foundation. The captured architectural drawings showed the strongpoint was a medieval structure built in 1620 on the site of an earlier Roman fort. The walls were original medieval construction, massive stones fitted together with lime mortar. The roof had been replaced multiple times over the centuries. The interior had been modified for German defensive needs. But the foundation was original. And that foundation wasn't built on bedrock like you would expect for a military structure. It was built on fill dirt, packed over old Roman ruins. Chen had spent 2 full days examining city records in what remained of Caen's municipal archives. The archive building was half destroyed, but the basement storage area was intact. Dusty files in leather folders contained city maps dating back to 1650, property records, tax documents, construction permits from centuries ago, and, most importantly, engineering surveys of the city's infrastructure. The medieval builders had been clever. They had constructed an elaborate sewer system using Roman engineering principles. Stone channels, 4 feet wide and 5 feet high, carried wastewater and storm runoff from the city to the Orne River. The channels were still there, still functional after 300 years, running underneath most of the old city, including underneath the German strongpoint.
Chen could see it clearly on the old city maps drawn in fading ink on yellowing paper. A main sewer line passed directly beneath the building, 15 feet below ground level. The line was big enough for a man to walk through if he bent over. The maps showed access points every 200 meters, stone covers set into the street that allowed maintenance workers to enter the system. And beneath the sewer system, even deeper, were the remains of Roman structures, storage vaults, cisterns, underground rooms that had been filled with dirt and rubble centuries ago, but were still hollow spaces underground. The building sat on top of all this like a heavy weight balanced on a honeycomb. Chen stared at those maps and thought about a collapse that had happened in Vancouver in 1905, before he was born, but famous in engineering circles. A building on Hastings Street had fallen during heavy rain when a sewer main collapsed underneath it. The water had undermined the building foundation. The structure had settled unevenly. Cracks appeared. The building tilted. Then one wall failed, and the whole thing came down like a house of cards. 3 people died. The city had commissioned an engineering study. Chen had read that study in university. He remembered the conclusions. Buildings on weak foundations with water flowing underneath will settle unevenly. The walls will crack. The structure will become unstable. And if you add the right kind of stress at the right time, the whole thing will collapse. Chen looked at the weather forecast that had been distributed that morning. Rain was coming. Heavy rain. The kind of summer storm that dumped 3 inches of water in 6 hours. And he looked at the sewer maps, showing where storm runoff flowed when it rained hard. The system directed everything toward the Orne River, using gravity and slope. Water always flows downhill, always follows the path of least resistance. And if you controlled where the water went, you controlled what it undermined. For the first time in 5 days, Captain William Chen smiled. Not a happy smile, more like the smile of a man who had just solved a difficult problem that everyone else thought was impossible. He muttered to himself, quiet enough that the British colonel and American major couldn't hear. You don't fight the building, you remove what holds it up. Every structure needs a foundation. Remove the foundation, and gravity does the rest. Chen requested an urgent meeting with his engineering team that afternoon. 8 men gathered in a cellar that had been a wine shop before the bombing. The walls still smelled like spilled wine and damp stone. Chen spread city maps and structural drawings across a table made from old wine barrels turned on their sides. The engineers crowded around looking at the papers covered in Chen's calculations and notes written in pencil. Arrows showing water flow, numbers indicating elevation changes, circles marking critical points.
Chen pointed to the sewer line on the yellowing city map. His finger traced the line under the German position. "Here," he said. The main line runs directly under their building, 4 feet wide, 5 feet high. Stone construction from 1650. It's still intact. I checked city maintenance records from 1938. They inspected it 6 years ago and reported no significant damage. A sergeant named MacDonald leaned closer to study the map. MacDonald was 35 years old, a coal miner from Nova Scotia before the war. He understood working underground. He understood structural instability. "What are you thinking, sir?" Chen traced the sewer line with his finger, following it from the river toward the German strongpoint. The building sits on Roman ruins. The foundation is fill dirt and rubble packed over hollow spaces, not solid bedrock. It's stable under normal conditions because the weight distributes evenly. But if we undermine it by removing support and adding water pressure, the whole structure becomes unstable.
The weight stays the same, but the support changes. The building will settle unevenly. Another engineer, a corporal named Dubois, who had been a plumber in Montreal, looked skeptical. He crossed his arms and frowned. "You want to flood the sewer? Just open the gates and let water flow in." "Not just flood the sewer," Chen said. "The sewer alone isn't enough. I want to flood the Roman ruins underneath the building. The hollow chambers. They're like caves under the foundation. If we can fill those spaces with water fast enough, we create pressure against the foundation from below. The building loses its support. Add the weight of 90 German soldiers, their equipment, their ammunition, their guns, everything they have stacked in there, and the structure will settle, maybe collapse entirely." MacDonald shook his head slowly. "That's crazy, sir. Medieval buildings don't just fall down because sewers flood. These structures have survived for 300 years. They've been through floods before." "They have," Chen agreed, "but they've never had someone intentionally directing water into the hollow spaces below them while the building was carrying maximum load. And they've never had enemy soldiers inside shooting at people trying to evacuate. The Germans can't leave if the building starts collapsing. Where would they go? We'd shoot them the moment they came out. So they have to stay inside, even if they feel the floor moving. That psychological factor matters." "How do we flood it?" Dubois asked. Chen pointed to a spot on the map 500 meters away. "Here, the Orne River. It's running high from summer rain. Normal flow rate is about 200 cubic feet per second, but with the recent storms, it's up to 400. We dig a channel from the river to the sewer main, just a trench, 2 feet wide and 3 feet deep. We slope it correctly, and gravity does the work. The water flows downhill naturally. Once it reaches the sewer system, it follows the existing channels directly to the hollow Roman chambers under the building. The pressure builds. The foundation fails." MacDonald studied the map, measuring distances with his finger. "That's 500 meters of digging, through rubble, through streets. How long would this take?" 2 days, if we work at night," Chen said. "We need about 30 men with shovels and picks. We dig from the river toward the old city. The ground is soft from rain. We should make good progress. We cover the trench with boards and rubble during the day to hide it from German observation. They can't see what we're doing if we work in darkness." "What if it doesn't work?" Dubois asked. The question hung in the air. Chen was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the maps, at his calculations, at the structural drawings. "Then we've wasted 2 days," he said finally. "But at least we haven't wasted more lives. At least we haven't sent more men charging into machine guns. 2 days of digging versus more infantry assaults. I know which one I'd choose." Another engineer spoke up. Private Williams, a young man from Ontario who had been a geology student before enlisting. What about the Germans? Won't they feel the water? Won't they hear it? Maybe, Chen said. But what can they do? They're surrounded. They can't evacuate. They can't repair the foundation from inside. They can't pump out water faster than we can pour it in. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll be too late. The building will already be settling. MacDonald looked at the other engineers. They looked back at him. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then MacDonald nodded. "It's crazy," he said, "but it's better than what we've been doing. I'm in." One by one, the others nodded. Dubois, Williams, the rest. They were all in. Chen presented his plan to the brigade commander that evening. Lieutenant Colonel Matheson was 42 years old, exhausted from 5 days of failed attacks and desperate for any solution that didn't involve more telegrams to Canadian families. He listened to Chen's proposal with increasing interest, occasionally asking questions about technical details. When Chen finished his presentation, spreading out the maps and drawings on Matheson's desk, the colonel asked one question. "Will this work?" Chen chose his words carefully. "Sir, I can't guarantee success. Engineering isn't magic, but the principles are sound. Medieval building on weak foundation, plus water undermining, plus maximum structural load equals probable failure. The mathematics support it. The physics support it. I've seen similar collapses in civilian contexts. It should work." "And if it doesn't?" "Then we try something else, sir. But we save lives by not attacking for 2 days. We save ammunition. We save medical supplies. We give our men rest. And maybe, just maybe, we take that building without losing anyone." Matheson thought about it. He thought about the 47 graves behind the command post. He thought about writing letters to mothers and wives explaining how their sons and husbands died. He thought about the orders from higher command telling him to take Hill 112 as soon as possible. He thought about sending more men to die against those stone walls. "Do it," Matheson said. "You have 48 hours. If it doesn't work by then, we go back to planning infantry assaults. But I'm giving you this chance, Chen. Don't waste it." Chen's team started digging that night. 30 engineers with shovels and picks working in complete darkness. No lights allowed. The Germans were only 300 meters away and could see any illumination, so they dug by feel, by moonlight when the clouds allowed, by the sound of shovels hitting dirt. They started at the Orne River, where trees provided cover. The river was running fast and high, swollen from rain. They dug a trench from the riverbank toward the old city. The ground was soft from recent rain, which helped, but there was also rubble to clear. Broken stones from destroyed buildings, pieces of furniture, personal belongings scattered from bombed homes. Once, they found a child's doll, muddied and torn. Nobody said anything. They just kept digging. By dawn, they had dug 200 meters. The trench was 2 feet wide and 3 feet deep, sloped at exactly the right angle for water to flow. Chen had calculated 2 degrees of slope would be optimal. Too steep, and the water would flow too fast and might overflow. Too shallow, and it wouldn't flow at all. 2 degrees was perfect. They covered the trench with boards and rubble to hide it from German aerial observation. Then they slept for a few hours in the cellar that served as their headquarters. The next night, they dug another 200 meters. The work was harder here because they were closer to the German position. They had to be quieter. Shovels made noise. Picks hitting stone made even more noise. The Germans had sentries who listened. Any suspicious sound might draw machine gun fire. So the engineers worked slowly, carefully, lifting dirt instead of scooping it, placing stones instead of dropping them. By the second dawn, they had reached a sewer access point marked on the old city maps. A stone cover, 2 feet across, set into what used to be a street. The area around it was covered in rubble from a destroyed building.
Chen and MacDonald carefully cleared the rubble from around the cover. The stone was carved with a date, 1658, nearly 300 years old. They pried off the cover using iron bars. The smell hit them immediately. Old sewage, stagnant water, decay. MacDonald gagged and turned his head. Chen breathed through his mouth and looked down into the opening. Darkness. Complete darkness. He dropped a lit match. The flame fell, illuminating stone walls as it descended. It fell 8 feet before hitting water with a small hiss. The sewer was already partially flooded from recent rain. Chen could see the water moving slowly. That was good. That meant the system was functional, not blocked. That afternoon, Chen supervised the final step. They built a temporary dam at the river end of their channel using sandbags and boards. This dam held back the river water and allowed them to complete the connection to the sewer without flooding prematurely. When everything was ready, when the channel was complete and the sewer access was open and the timing was right, they would remove the dam. Water would flow. Gravity would do the rest. The rain started at 3 p.m. Perfect timing. Heavy summer rain that turned the sky grey and drummed on rubble and filled the air with the smell of wet stone. Chen gave the order. Engineers removed the sandbags from the temporary dam. The Orne River, running high and fast from days of rain plus this new downpour, began flowing into the channel immediately. Not a rushing torrent, just a steady stream. The river was several feet higher than the sewer. Gravity pulled the water downhill through the channel the engineers had dug. The water flowed toward the sewer access point. It reached the opening and began pouring down into the ancient stone tunnels below the city. Chen calculated it would take 6 to 8 hours for enough water to accumulate in the underground chambers. The sewer system was extensive, miles of tunnels. But the Roman ruins under the German strongpoint were relatively contained, maybe 2,000 cubic feet of space. The water would fill the lower areas first, then rise gradually. The foundation would become saturated, the fill dirt would become mud, the supporting strength would decrease, and, eventually, the building would begin to settle. That night, Chen couldn't sleep. He lay in his sleeping bag in the cellar headquarters, thinking about all the ways this could fail.
What if the Roman ruins weren't actually hollow? What if they had been filled solid with rubble? What if the building foundation was stronger than the drawings showed? What if the water just flowed through the sewers without affecting the building at all? What if he had miscalculated and was about to look like a fool in front of the entire brigade? What if Matheson ordered another infantry assault and more men died because Chen had wasted 2 days on a theory that didn't work? At 4 a.m., Chen gave up trying to sleep. He put on his boots and helmet and walked to the forward observation post. It was still raining, lighter now but steady. He borrowed binoculars from a sentry and looked at the German strongpoint. It looked exactly the same as it had for 5 days. Solid, unmoved, unchanged. Dark windows, stone walls, no lights, no movement. Just a fortress that refused to fall. The sun rose at 5:30 a.m. through clouds and rain. The world turned grey instead of bright. Chen kept watching through the binoculars. At 6:15 a.m., he noticed something. A thin vertical line in the stone wall on the east side. A crack. It hadn't been there yesterday. Chen was absolutely certain. He had studied that wall through binoculars for 5 days. He had memorized every stone, every window, every detail. That crack was new. He called MacDonald over. "Look at the east wall, about 10 feet up from the base. You see it?" MacDonald looked through binoculars. "I see it. That's a crack, a fresh crack." "It wasn't there yesterday," Chen said. "I know," MacDonald replied. "Which means the building is settling.
They watched. Over the next 2 hours, the crack grew, slowly but definitely growing. By 8 a.m. it was wide enough to see clearly without binoculars. By 9 a.m. other cracks appeared, small ones at first, then larger. The building was settling unevenly exactly as Chen had predicted. The foundation was failing. Gravity was pulling the structure down, and the medieval walls couldn't compensate fast enough. By 10 a.m., a section of wall near the southwest corner bulged outward. Stones shifted. Mortar crumbled and fell. The German soldiers must have felt it inside, must have heard it. The grinding sound of stone moving against stone, the feeling of floor tilting slightly, the terrible realization that their fortress was no longer solid. Inside that building, Captain Ernst Weber was facing a crisis he had never trained for, never expected, never imagined. His fortress was sinking beneath him. Weber had been a soldier for 15 years. He had fought in Poland in 1939. He had been in France in 1940. He had served on the Eastern Front in 1942 and survived when many didn't. He knew tactics. He knew weapons. He knew how to defend a position against tanks and artillery and infantry. But nobody had ever taught him what to do when the building itself was failing, when the floor was tilting, when cracks appeared in walls, when stones shifted and mortar fell and the whole structure felt unstable. His men were frightened. Weber could see it in their faces. Young soldiers from Bavaria and Prussia and Saxony who had believed this fortress was impregnable, who had felt safe behind 3-foot walls, who now felt the floor moving under their feet and heard the grinding of stone and didn't know what was happening. Some wanted to surrender immediately, others wanted to fight their way out. Weber ordered everyone to stay calm, stay in position, keep watching for Canadian attack. But he felt it too, the wrongness, the instability. Something fundamental had changed, and he didn't understand what. At 11:20 a.m. on July 12, 1944, a section of floor in the southwest room dropped 6 inches suddenly. Just fell. The stone floor cracked and settled with a sound like thunder. 2 German soldiers standing there stumbled. One fell. Equipment crashed to the floor. The anti-tank gun positioned in that room tilted at an angle and couldn't be aimed properly anymore. Weber made his decision. At 11:23 a.m., a white flag appeared in one of the windows, a sheet tied to a rifle barrel. The Germans were surrendering. Canadian soldiers approached cautiously, weapons ready, expecting a trap. The Germans emerged with their hands up, filing out through the main entrance one by one. They looked terrified, not of the Canadians, of the building. Their faces showed shock and confusion. Some were shaking. One young soldier was crying quietly. They had spent the morning inside a structure that was collapsing around them. Walls cracking, floor tilting, stone grinding against stone with sounds like bones breaking. The feeling that the entire building might collapse on top of them at any second. Some had prayed. Others had just waited for death. Captain Ernst Weber was the last man out. He walked with military bearing, shoulders back, head up, maintaining dignity even in surrender. He walked directly to the Canadian lines. Soldiers searched him for weapons and escorted him to the command post. They brought him to Lieutenant Colonel Matheson's headquarters. Weber stood at attention and spoke in perfect English with only slight German accent. "I surrender my command, but I must know. What did you do? We felt the building moving, the floor shifted, walls cracked everywhere. We thought you used bombs underground, but we heard no explosions. We heard only stone grinding and water flowing somewhere below us. What did you do?" Matheson looked at Chen standing nearby. "Explain it to him." Chen stepped forward, still covered in mud from 2 nights of digging.
He looked at Weber and spoke clearly. "We flooded the foundation, Captain. Your building sits on Roman ruins that create hollow chambers underground. We diverted river water into the old city sewer system. The water flowed into those hollow spaces below your position. The chambers filled. Pressure built against your foundation from below. Your building lost its structural support. The foundation became saturated. The fill dirt turned to mud. The building started settling unevenly. Another few hours and it probably would have collapsed entirely." Weber stared at Chen. His expression went through several changes: confusion, understanding, disbelief, then something like admiration. "You flooded us." "I flooded the foundation underneath you," Chen corrected. "You and your men were never in danger from water, but the building was structurally compromised. Staying inside would have been fatal when it collapsed. Surrendering was your only rational choice." Weber was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're an engineer." It wasn't a question. "I was before the war. I designed buildings in Vancouver." "Then you know exactly how to destroy them." "I know how to make them uninhabitable without using explosives that would kill everyone inside," Chen said. "You and your 90 men are alive. My men are alive. The building is still mostly standing. French civilians in the area are safe. This seemed better than alternatives." Weber considered this. He had expected to die fighting. He had written letters to his wife and children assuming he would never see them again. He had made peace with death. The fact that he and all his men were alive because of an engineering trick felt strange, almost shameful. But his men were breathing. That mattered more than honor or pride or anything else. "How many men did you lose taking this position?" Weber asked. "None," Matheson said. "Not one. Not today." Weber closed his eyes. "And we killed 47 of yours earlier trying to hold it." "Yes," Matheson said quietly. Weber opened his eyes. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for letting us live, for giving us a way out." Chen didn't respond immediately. He thought about the 47 graves. He thought about what would have happened if they had tried another infantry assault. Maybe 30 more Canadian casualties. Maybe 50. Maybe all 90 Germans dead too. Maybe French civilians killed in the crossfire. He thought about all that death avoided because he had looked at city maps instead of just planning attacks. "You're welcome," Chen said finally. The Canadian brigade moved forward that afternoon. With the strong point eliminated, they could advance on Hill 112 without German artillery observers threatening their flank. The operation succeeded. Hill 112 fell 3 days later. The breakout from Normandy continued. The Allied advance toward Paris accelerated. One building, taken without firing a shot, had opened the way forward. But there was more to the story. Over the following weeks, word spread through the Canadian Corps about Chen's water mining technique. Other engineers heard about it. They started looking at their own obstacles differently, not just as targets to blow up or assault directly, but as structures with vulnerabilities that could be exploited. A fortified farmhouse near Falaise that had resisted 3 infantry assaults and cost 23 Canadian casualties. Engineers studied the property records and found an old well system underneath the building. They diverted a nearby stream to fill the well. The water pressure undermined the farmhouse foundation. Cracks appeared. The Germans evacuated. 0 casualties. A concrete bunker near the Scheldt River in the Netherlands. The bunker was built at sea level. Engineers opened tidal floodgates during high tide. Seawater inundated the area. The bunker became an island. The Germans couldn't receive supplies or reinforcements. They surrendered after 3 days.
A German position in Belgium built on top of an old coal mine. Engineers used small explosive charges to collapse mine tunnels. The ground above settled. The German position became untenable. They withdrew without fighting. The technique spread to other Allied armies. British engineers used controlled flooding in the Netherlands, deliberately breaching dikes to create impassable water barriers that forced German retreat. American engineers used it in Germany, flooding the Siegfried Line bunkers by destroying drainage systems. By late 1944, controlled flooding and water mining were standard tactics documented in the Allied engineering manual. But it all traced back to a structural engineer from Vancouver who understood that buildings need foundations, and water can destroy foundations. After the war, military analysts calculated Chen's water mining technique at Caen had saved approximately 60 Canadian lives. That was the projected casualty count for a successful infantry assault on the strongpoint based on previous attack statistics. 60 men who went home to families. 60 men who got to grow old. 60 telegrams that were never sent. The technique also saved German lives. At Caen, 90 Germans surrendered unharmed. In subsequent operations using similar tactics, hundreds more Germans were forced to surrender because their fortifications had been undermined. They went home after the war. They saw their families again. They lived lives because engineers chose water over bullets. Modern militaries still teach Chen's principles in engineering courses. The lesson is simple but profound. Understand the structure before you attack it. Every building has a weakness. Sometimes that weakness is underground. Sometimes the best way to take a fortified position isn't to break through the defenses, but to remove what's holding the whole thing up. During recent conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, coalition engineers used similar tactics. In Fallujah in 2004, engineers flooded basement bunkers where insurgents were hiding by breaking water mains. The insurgents either surrendered or evacuated, allowing coalition forces to take positions without urban combat that would have caused massive civilian casualties.
In Afghanistan, engineers undermined Taliban fighting positions by diverting irrigation canals. The water eroded foundations. Positions became unusable. The Taliban withdrew to defensible ground, which actually made them easier to target. The technology is more advanced now. Engineers use ground-penetrating radar to map underground structures. They use computer modeling to predict how water will flow. They have better pumps and better explosives and better communications. But the fundamental principle remains the same. Use the environment. Use physics. Use gravity and water pressure. Don't fight the strong parts of a structure. Remove the weak parts and let nature do the work. William Chen returned to Vancouver in early 1946. The war in Europe had ended. The war against Japan had ended. Chen came home to a city that looked exactly the same as when he left. The Lions Gate Bridge still spanned the harbour. The buildings he had designed still stood. Everything was familiar. But Chen had changed. He had seen cities destroyed. He had seen people die. He had learned that his skills could destroy as easily as they could create. Chen went back to structural engineering, back to his firm on Granville Street, back to drawing buildings and calculating load stresses and approving construction plans. He designed bridges and office buildings and apartment complexes. He never spoke about the war unless someone asked directly. Even then, his answers were brief and technical. I did engineering work for the army, infrastructure projects, nothing interesting. His colleagues knew he had served, but didn't know details. His wife knew he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask. His children grew up knowing their father had been in the war, but not knowing what he had done. Chen worked for 35 years after the war. He designed some of Vancouver's most recognizable buildings in the 1950s and 1960s. The Marine Building expansion in 1952, the Burrard Bridge reinforcement in 1957. the Pacific Center project in 1968. Structures that are still standing today because Chen understood how to build things that wouldn't fall down. He became one of Vancouver's most respected engineers, won awards, served on professional boards, trained younger engineers. In 1981, he retired at age 68. He spent his retirement traveling with his wife, visiting grandchildren, fishing in the ocean he had loved since childhood. Chen died in 1994 at age 81 from complications related to pneumonia. His obituary in the Vancouver Sun mentioned his architectural achievements. It listed his major projects. It noted his contributions to the city's development. It mentioned he had served in the Canadian Army during World War II as a combat engineer. It did not mention car or sewers or 90 German soldiers who surrendered to water. Most people who read the obituary had no idea that William Chen had changed military engineering doctrine, that his innovation had saved hundreds of lives, that his name was still taught at military academies as an example of creative problem-solving under pressure. Ernst Weber spent 2 years as a prisoner of war in a Canadian camp in Ontario. He was treated well according to Geneva Convention standards. Real food, clean barracks, medical care when needed, no torture, no abuse, just boring imprisonment. He learned English by reading Canadian newspapers. He learned about a country that had defeated his, but didn't seem interested in revenge. When the war ended in 1945, Weber had to wait another year before being repatriated. He returned to Germany in late 1947 and found his hometown of Cologne destroyed by Allied bombing. The city was rubble, 70% destroyed. His family home was gone, reduced to a pile of bricks. His wife had died in a bombing raid in 1944. His 2 children had been sent to live with relatives in the countryside and had survived. Weber was 38 years old, and his entire previous life had been erased. Germany was divided. The economy was destroyed. Food was scarce. The future was uncertain. Weber did what many German officers did after the war. He found new work. The new German government wouldn't allow former Wehrmacht officers to serve in any military capacity, so Weber trained as a civil engineer. He used his military engineering knowledge to help rebuild. He worked on reconstruction projects throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Bridges, roads, buildings, helping Germany rise from rubble. In 1968, when he was 59 years old and semi-retired, Weber wrote a short memoir about his war experiences. Nothing grand or comprehensive, just a small book of 150 pages published by a local press. Most of it covered standard military operations, battles, movements, orders followed. But one chapter was different. Chapter 7 was titled The Fortress at Caen, and it described what happened in July 1944 in detail that was almost painful to read. Weber wrote about feeling the floor shift beneath him, about hearing the stone grinding, about watching cracks appear in walls that had stood for 300 years, about the terror of not knowing what was happening, about thinking the Canadians had somehow planted bombs underneath without being detected, about the moment he realized the building was sinking and there was nothing he could do, about making the decision to surrender even though his orders said fight to the last bullet, about choosing to save his men rather than die for honor. The chapter ended with a line that military historians still quote when teaching Chen's operation. Weber wrote, "The Canadians defeated us without firing a shot. They understood the building better than I did, better than German engineers did, better than anyone imagined was possible." That is a defeat I can accept because it proved that intelligence matters more than courage, that knowledge matters more than willpower, and that sometimes the best way to win is to show your enemy his position is untenable rather than killing him for defending it. The memoir sold modestly in Germany.
A few thousand copies, mostly read by other veterans who wanted to remember their service without glorifying it. But a copy found its way to military archives. Historians discovered it. The chapter about Caen became required reading at engineering schools teaching military applications. In 1979, Weber traveled to Vancouver on business. He was 70 years old, retired from engineering, but occasionally consulted on projects. He was in Vancouver for a concrete industry conference. While there, he decided to try finding the man who had flooded him out 35 years earlier. It seemed like something worth doing before he got too old. He found Chen's engineering firm in the phone book. Chen and Associates, established 1946, office downtown. Weber called the number and asked the receptionist if Mr. William Chen still worked there. The receptionist said Mr. Chen was retired, but sometimes came to the office to consult on projects. Would he like to leave a message? Weber gave his hotel phone number. 2 days later, Chen called. Weber answered the phone in his hotel room overlooking English Bay. "This is William Chen," the voice said in English with a slight Canadian accent. "I understand you were looking for me." "This is Ernst Weber," Weber replied in English with a German accent that 32 years in Germany hadn't erased. "I was the German captain at Caen, July 1944. You flooded my position." There was a pause on the line. "I remember," Chen said. "Would you like to meet?" Weber said. "If you have time. I'm in Vancouver for a few days. I would like to talk." "Tomorrow," Chen said. "Lunch." "There's a restaurant near my office that serves good fish." They met the next day at a seafood restaurant overlooking the harbor. Two old men, both grey-haired, both wearing civilian clothes that made them look like retired professionals meeting for a business lunch. They shook hands, sat down, ordered food. For a few minutes, they just talked about ordinary things: the weather, the city, how Vancouver had changed since the war. Then, Weber said what he had come to say. "I wanted to thank you," Weber said, "for letting us live. You could have called artillery on us. You could have sent more infantry. You could have bombed us. Instead, you found a way to make us surrender without killing us. That took intelligence and creativity and mercy. My men and I went home because of your decision. I have grandchildren now. I would not have grandchildren if you had chosen differently." Chen was quiet for a moment. "I didn't do it for mercy," he said. "I did it because sending more men to die seemed wasteful. Engineers solve problems efficiently. The efficient solution was to make your position untenable without spending lives to do it." "You saved 90 German lives," Weber said, "and 60 Canadian lives, according to your military's analysis. That's 150 families that stayed intact. 150 lives that continued. You did that by thinking differently than everyone else. That's worth recognizing." "I just applied structural engineering principles," Chen said. "Any engineer could have done it." "But they didn't," Weber pointed out. "You did. That's what matters." They ate lunch. They talked about engineering, about how buildings fail, about the difference between building things and destroying things, about load-bearing walls and foundation principles and water pressure. Two engineers talking shop across a table, forgetting for a while that they had once been enemies. When lunch ended and they prepared to leave, Weber asked the question he had wondered about for 35 years.
"How did you know the building would settle? How could you be certain?" Chen smiled slightly. "I wasn't certain. I calculated probabilities based on structural principles and historical examples. The foundation was weak. Water pressure increases underground. Medieval buildings can't adapt to changing conditions. So I changed the conditions and waited to see what happened. The probability of success was high enough to try." "You gambled," Weber said. "I calculated probabilities," Chen corrected. "It's not quite the same as gambling." Weber laughed. It was a genuine laugh, the kind that comes from understanding. To a soldier, it looks exactly the same. But I'm glad you made that calculation. I'm glad I lived to have this lunch with you. They shook hands outside the restaurant. Two old men who had once tried to kill each other, or at least had been on opposite sides of people trying to kill each other. Now they were just two people who had survived a war and gotten old and could appreciate that they were still breathing. "If you're ever in Cologne," Weber said, "look me up. I'll buy you dinner." "If I'm ever in Cologne," Chen said. They never saw each other again. Weber died 4 years later in 1983 at age 74 from a heart attack. Chen lived another 11 years. The lessons from Caen spread far beyond military applications. Engineers in civilian fields learned from Chen's approach. The principle applies broadly. When facing a difficult structure, don't always attack it directly. Sometimes the solution is changing the conditions that allow the structure to exist. Remove the foundation and the structure falls on its own. This principle works in many contexts, in business, in politics, in social problems. The most effective solutions often don't involve direct confrontation. They involve changing the underlying conditions that support the problem. A corrupt organization collapses when its funding is removed. An unjust system falls when the social conditions supporting it change. The structure doesn't need to be destroyed directly. It needs to be made unsustainable. Chen gave only one interview about the Caen operation. In 1989, 5 years before his death, a military historian named Dr. James Morrison, no relation to the other Morrison, tracked him down in Vancouver. Dr. Morrison was writing a book about Canadian combat engineers in World War II. He had found references to Chen's operation in military archives and wanted to interview the man who had done it. Chen was 76 years old at the time, still sharp, still working part-time as a consultant, still designing buildings. They met in Chen's office, surrounded by architectural drawings and scale models. Dr. Morrison asked Chen to explain his thinking at Caen. Chen sat in his chair and spoke carefully, choosing his words with the precision of someone who had spent a lifetime calculating stresses and forces. "I was an engineer before I was a soldier," Chen said. "Engineers learn that every structure has critical support points. Remove that support, and the structure fails. It doesn't matter how strong the walls are or how thick the concrete is. If the foundation fails, everything fails." The Germans at Caen were very focused on making their walls strong and their weapons effective, but they weren't thinking about what was underneath them. They assumed the ground was solid. I knew it wasn't because I had looked at maps they didn't know existed. I just had to prove it to them. "Did you know it would work?" Dr. Morrison asked. "I believed it would work based on engineering principles," Chen said, "but I couldn't be 100% certain until it happened. That's the nature of engineering. You calculate probabilities, you analyze structures, you make educated predictions. Then you test your predictions and see if reality matches your calculations. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't." "At Caen, it did. You saved a lot of lives with that decision," Dr. Morrison said. Chen nodded slowly. 150 lives, according to analysis. But that's not quite accurate. I didn't save 150 lives. I just avoided wasting them. There's a difference. Those men would have lived anyway if someone higher in command had made better decisions earlier. I just corrected a mistake that shouldn't have been made in the first place. "That's a modest assessment," Dr. Morrison said. "Probably," Chen agreed, "but I'm an engineer. We think in terms of efficiency and waste. Sending men to die attacking a position that could be neutralized without combat is wasteful. I reduced waste. That's all." That understanding captures the deepest meaning of Chen's achievement.
The most direct approach to a problem isn't always the best approach. Sometimes you need to think like an engineer instead of a soldier. Sometimes the answer is changing the conditions that support your enemy's position rather than attacking your enemy directly. Water and gravity and soil mechanics don't care about military tactics or national pride or orders from headquarters. They just follow physical laws. Chen understood those laws better than he understood military doctrine, and that knowledge saved lives on both sides of a terrible war. The Caen strongpoint fell not because Canadians were stronger than Germans, or braver than Germans, or had better weapons than Germans. It fell because one man looked at an impossible problem and asked a different kind of question. Not, how do we break through the walls, but how do we make the walls irrelevant? The answer was always there, in the city maps, in the sewer system, in the river running high from summer rain, in the hollow Roman ruins that no one thought mattered anymore. Chen just had to see it. And once he saw it, once he understood what was possible, the rest was just mathematics and patience and waiting for gravity to do its work.
At 0834 hours on December 19th, 1944, Corporal Henri Dubois crouched in a frozen ditch 800 meters behind German lines and watched a Wehrmacht supply convoy roll past his position close enough that he could smell the diesel exhaust and hear the drivers arguing in German about whether they'd taken a wrong turn. The convoy consisted of 7 Opel Blitz trucks carrying ammunition and fuel to Kampfgruppe Piper, 180 German soldiers riding in the truck beds with their collars turned up against the Ardennes cold, rifle barrels pointing at the grey December sky. They had no idea a Canadian truck driver was lying 6 meters away in a drainage culvert, holding a stolen German signal mirror and a coil of logging rope, about to kill 23 of them without firing a shot. Dubois had been separated from his unit for 14 hours. He was a supply driver for the 1st Canadian Army, had driven 47,000 kilometers of military cargo since D-Day, had never fired his Lee Enfield rifle at a human target, and possessed exactly 0 training in infantry tactics, artillery spotting, or guerrilla warfare. What he did possess was 8 years of experience working logging operations in northern Quebec, where men used mirror signals to coordinate timber drops across valleys too wide for shouting, and rope systems to trigger controlled avalanches that cleared logging roads. Those skills, it turned out, were about to become weapons. The German convoy was following a farm road that ran parallel to a steep-sided valley. The road had a 30-degree camber, sloping down toward the valley edge, the frozen ground offering minimal traction. 600 meters ahead, Dubois could see what the German drivers couldn't: a sharp curve where the road narrowed to single-lane width, bordered on the left by a stone wall and on the right by a 40-meter drop into a ravine filled with destroyed American vehicles from yesterday's fighting. The convoy was traveling at 25 kilometers per hour, too fast for the road conditions, the drivers pushing speed to reach their destination before Allied fighter bombers appeared. Dubois pulled the German signal mirror from his coat pocket. It was a standard Wehrmacht heliograph, a 10-centimeter square of polished glass with a sighting hole in the center, designed for long-range communication in terrain where radios failed. He'd taken it from a destroyed Kübelwagen 4 hours earlier, thinking it might be useful for signaling friendly forces. Now, he was going to use it for something the German engineers who designed it never imagined. He angled the mirror to catch the weak morning sunlight filtering through the overcast Ardennes sky. The reflected beam was faint but visible, a wobbling disk of light that he could project across distances up to 2 kilometers on a clear day. Today's visibility was maybe 800 meters in the fog and snow, but that was enough. He aimed the reflected light at a position 400 meters north of the convoy's route, on a hillside overlooking the farm road, and began flashing a pattern he'd learned from American artillery observers he'd driven for during the Normandy campaign. 3 short flashes, pause. 2 long flashes, pause. Repeat. In Allied artillery code, that pattern meant fire mission, troops in the open, coordinates following. Except Dubois wasn't signaling Allied artillery. There wasn't any Allied artillery within 12 kilometers. He was signaling nobody. The hillside was empty, but the German convoy commander didn't know that. The lead truck's brakes squealed as the convoy lurched to a halt. Dubois heard shouting in German, saw soldiers jumping from the truck beds, scrambling for cover in the ditches on both sides of the road. They'd seen the mirror flashes. They thought they were being observed by Allied forward observers, calling in artillery strikes. Standard defensive doctrine. When you see artillery spotting signals, you disperse immediately before the shells arrive. The soldiers scattered across a 200-meter stretch of road, taking defensive positions, rifles aimed at the empty hillside where Dubois had projected his mirror signals. And in doing so, they positioned themselves exactly where Dubois needed them, spread out, disorganized, blocking their own convoy route. The trucks stopped in a vulnerable position with soldiers on both sides unable to provide mutual support. What happened next was pure physics and farmers' knowledge of terrain. The farm road's 30-degree camber meant that vehicles stopped on the slope wanted to slide sideways toward the valley edge. The frozen ground provided friction coefficient of approximately 0.15, less than half the traction of dry pavement. The Opel Blitz trucks weighed 3.5 tons loaded, with a high center of gravity that made them unstable on slopes. And the convoy commander, in his urgency to get soldiers under cover, had forgotten to order the drivers to engage their parking brakes. Dubois watched the second truck in the convoy begin to slide. Slowly at first, just a few centimeters, the rear wheels losing traction on ice. Then faster, the weight of 500 kilograms of ammunition in the cargo bed pulling the truck toward the valley edge. The driver saw it happening, jumped from the cab, ran. Smart. The truck accelerated, sliding sideways down the cambered road, hit the stone wall with a grinding crash of metal on rock, bounced off, and continued sliding toward the ravine. It went over the edge at approximately 8 kilometers per hour. Not fast, but inevitable. The truck tipped, fell, tumbled 40 meters down the ravine's slope, struck a destroyed American M4 Sherman tank at the bottom, and exploded. The ammunition detonated in a sympathetic chain reaction. 500 kilograms of 7.92 millimeter rounds and artillery shells cooking off in a fireworks display that lasted 90 seconds and sent shrapnel screaming back up the ravine walls. 7 German soldiers died in the initial explosion. 16 more were wounded by shrapnel. The remaining convoy trucks now had a blocked road ahead. The stone wall damaged by the impact, impassable to vehicles, and scattered soldiers who'd abandoned defensive positions to help wounded comrades. Dubois kept flashing his mirror signals at different positions along the hillside, creating the illusion of multiple observation posts, making the Germans think they were surrounded by Allied spotters calling in artillery from multiple directions. The convoy commander made the decision that Dubois had been hoping for: abandon the vehicles, evacuate on foot, get away from the kill zone before the artillery shells arrived. 173 German soldiers left their trucks and began withdrawing through the forest, carrying their wounded, leaving 7 vehicles loaded with fuel and ammunition sitting on a narrow farm road with no one guarding them. Dubois waited 20 minutes to ensure the Germans were gone. Then he walked to the abandoned convoy, selected the truck with the most fuel, and drove it 2 kilometers north to an American supply depot he'd passed yesterday. He delivered 7 German trucks, 4,200 liters of diesel fuel, and 18 tons of ammunition to a very confused US Army quartermaster who couldn't understand how a Canadian truck driver had captured an entire convoy without firing a shot. "Mirror tricks," Dubois said. "They thought artillery was coming. Wasn't any artillery.
Just sunlight.
And their own imagination." The quartermaster documented the capture in his supply log. 1 Canadian soldier, no ammunition expended, 7 enemy vehicles captured, estimated 23 enemy casualties from terrain accident. The report went to 1st Army headquarters, was filed, and would have been forgotten if Dubois hadn't done the exact same thing 3 more times in the next 4 days. But that first success, that proof that mirror signals could manipulate enemy movement and create casualties without direct combat, changed how Dubois thought about his situation. He wasn't a trapped supply driver anymore. He was a weapon. And the Ardennes forest, with its narrow roads and steep terrain and German convoys rushing reinforcements to the Bulge, was his hunting ground. What he needed now was better technique. The mirror worked for daytime signaling, but German convoys also moved at night. He needed a way to create confusion and casualties in darkness. That's when he remembered the rope triggers. In Quebec logging camps, crews used rope-triggered systems to drop widowmaker branches on marked trails, clearing dangerous timber without putting men directly under falling wood. The principle was simple. String rope across a trail at wheel height, attach the rope to a release mechanism positioned upslope, tension the system, wait for a vehicle to hit the trigger rope, and let physics do the work. Dubois had set up probably 200 such systems during his logging years. He could rig one in 15 minutes using materials scavenged from any military vehicle. The challenge was finding the right location, a road where German traffic was predictable, with terrain features that could be weaponized. He found it 3 kilometers east of Bastogne, a supply route the Germans were using to move ammunition forward to artillery batteries shelling the trapped 101st Airborne. The road ran through a narrow valley with steep sides covered in pine forest.
Recent American bombing
had dropped several large trees across the road, which German engineers had cut and pushed to the roadside, but not removed. Those trees, weighing 4 to 5 tons each, were sitting on slopes above the road, held in place only by friction and a few smaller trees they'd lodged against during the fall. Dubois spent 6 hours on December 20th rigging a rope trigger system that would have made his old logging foreman proud. He used parachute cord scavenged from a crashed American glider, stronger and more flexible than standard rope. He positioned the cord across the road at a height of 0.6 meters, low enough that truck drivers wouldn't see it in darkness, high enough that it would catch on a vehicle's front bumper. The cord ran upslope to a series of pulleys he'd improvised from tent stakes and carabiners, then attached to a 4-ton pine tree positioned 20 meters above the road. The physics were elegant. When a truck hit the trigger cord, the vehicle's forward momentum would pull the cord taut, activating the pulley system, which would yank out the smaller support trees holding the 4-ton pine in place. The pine would roll down the 20-meter slope accelerating to approximately 30 kilometers per hour by the time it hit the road, arriving with enough kinetic energy to crush a truck's cab and kill everyone inside. He tested the system once, using a rock to simulate a vehicle hitting the trigger cord. The pine tree rolled exactly as calculated, crashed onto the road with a sound like a building collapsing, and came to rest, positioned perfectly to block traffic. Dubois reset the system, this time positioning the pine tree 3 meters further upslope, so it would have more momentum when it fell. Then he climbed a tree 50 meters away and waited for darkness. The German convoy arrived at 21:47 hours. 4 trucks carrying 155mm artillery shells traveling without headlights because Allied air patrols were active. The lead truck hit the trigger cord at 20 kilometers per hour. Dubois heard the parachute cord snap taut, heard the pulleys screech as they took the load, heard the support trees crack and give way. The pine tree rolled down the slope like God's own bowling ball, hit the lead truck's cab at a 45-degree angle, and crushed it flat in a shriek of tearing metal and breaking glass. The truck's fuel tank ruptured, diesel sprayed across hot engine components, fire erupted, and inside the cargo bed, 2,400 kilograms of 155mm high-explosive artillery shells began cooking off in temperatures that exceeded their detonation threshold. The secondary explosions were apocalyptic, a series of overlapping detonations that lit up the valley like daylight, sent shrapnel through the other 3 trucks, and triggered an avalanche of smaller trees and rocks that had been loosened by recent bombing. Dubois climbed down from his observation tree and walked back toward Bastogne, leaving behind 4 destroyed trucks, 28 dead German soldiers, and a road that would be impassable for at least 12 hours. Total ammunition expended, 0 rounds. Total time invested, 6 hours of rigging. Total cost, 15 meters of parachute cord and basic physics. He was starting to understand the mathematics of his new role. Traditional infantry combat required ammunition, supply lines, reinforcements, medical support. His method required only terrain knowledge, scavenged materials, and an understanding of how to make the enemy kill themselves through their own movement. It was logarithmically more efficient, and in a battle where the Americans were surrounded, outgunned, and running low on ammunition, efficiency was the difference between survival and surrender. Over the next 2 days, Dubois established a pattern: observe German convoy routes, identify terrain vulnerabilities, create trigger systems that turned the enemy's own momentum into weapons. He used mirrors to signal fake artillery positions during the day, rope triggers to create accidents at night, and increasingly sophisticated combinations of both. By December 22nd, he destroyed or delayed 11 German convoys, killed or wounded 93 enemy soldiers, and caused enough confusion in German logistics that ammunition shipments to forward artillery batteries were running 18 to 36 hours behind schedule. The impact was measurable. German artillery fire on Bastogne decreased by 40% between December 20th and December 23rd, not because they ran out of guns, but because they couldn't get shells forward through supply routes that kept experiencing mysterious accidents. American defenders noticed the reduction in incoming fire, didn't understand why it was happening, but definitely appreciated having fewer 155mm shells landing on their positions. On December 23rd, the weather cleared. Allied fighter bombers appeared in force, hitting German positions that Dubois had been marking with mirror signals for the past 4 days. Patton's Third Army broke through to Bastogne on December 26th, relieving the siege. The 101st Airborne had held, partially because they'd faced 40% less artillery fire than German commanders had planned to deliver. Nobody knew about Dubois. His mirror signals had been attributed to Allied artillery observers. His rope-triggered accidents had been classified as terrain hazards and bad luck. He was just a supply truck driver who'd gotten separated from his unit and somehow survived 4 days behind enemy lines. When he rejoined Canadian forces on December 27th, his commanding officer's main concern was whether the truck Dubois had been driving was recoverable. It wasn't. It had been destroyed in the initial German breakthrough. But Dubois knew. He knew that mirrors and ropes and basic physics could kill enemy soldiers just as effectively as bullets. He knew that a man with terrain knowledge and scavenged materials could disrupt an entire logistics network. And he knew that sometimes the best weapon wasn't the one that made the loudest noise, but the one the enemy never saw coming. The question was whether anyone else would figure it out, and whether the techniques he'd improvised in desperation could be systematized, taught, turned into doctrine that other soldiers could use. That question would be answered in the months following the Battle of the Bulge, when military intelligence finally pieced together what had actually happened in the Ardennes forest and started asking very pointed questions about a Canadian truck driver who'd killed 93 Germans without firing a shot. But first, Dubois had to survive one more encounter, a meeting with a German patrol on December 23rd that would test whether his mirror and rope tricks worked at close range against enemies who were actively hunting him. The German patrol found Dubois' position at 14:23 hours on December 23rd, not through superior tracking skills, but because one of their soldiers needed to urinate and walked directly toward the tree Dubois was using as an observation post. There were 8 Germans, a reconnaissance squad moving cautiously through the forest, searching for the Allied artillery observers whose mirror signals had been directing fire onto their supply routes for 3 days. They had orders to capture or kill anyone found with signal equipment. They were 40 meters away when Dubois saw them. He had maybe 20 seconds before the soldier reached his tree. Running wasn't an option. Movement in snow made noise, and 8 rifles beat 1 Lee Enfield in any mathematical equation. Fighting wasn't an option. Dubois had fired his rifle exactly 7 times in training and 0 times in combat, and his marksmanship scores had been charitably described as adequate for transport duties. That left deception. The mirror and rope had worked against convoys. Could they work against infantry at close range? Dubois was about to find out. He had the German signal mirror in his left coat pocket and 6 meters of parachute cord wrapped around his right forearm. The cord was attached to a branch 4 meters above his head, positioned so that pulling it would drop a small avalanche of snow from the pine boughs onto the forest floor below. Not enough snow to hurt anyone, just enough to create noise and movement in a different location. He waited until the German soldier was 15 meters away, then yanked the cord hard. 3 kilograms of snow crashed onto frozen ground 20 meters to his left, making a sound like someone stumbling through underbrush. Every German in the patrol spun toward the noise, rifles coming up to firing position. The soldier who'd been approaching Dubois' tree changed direction, moving toward the disturbance instead. Dubois pulled the mirror from his pocket, angled it to catch the afternoon sunlight breaking through clouds, and flashed it at a position 60 meters behind the German patrol. 3 short flashes, 2 long, the same artillery spotter signal he'd been using for days. The patrol leader saw the flashes, shouted, "Artillery beobachter!" and the entire squad went to ground, taking cover behind trees and snowbanks, rifles aimed at the hillside where Dubois had projected the mirror signal. They were expecting Allied artillery observers. They were looking in the wrong direction, and they were positioned exactly where Dubois needed them, stationary, focused on an empty hillside with their backs to his actual location. He climbed down from the tree while they were distracted, moving with the careful silence he'd learned in logging camps, where startling a man operating a chainsaw could get someone killed. He reached ground level, took 3 steps toward better cover, and stepped on a branch hidden under snow. The crack was like a gunshot in the winter silence. The nearest German soldier spun around, saw Dubois at 8 meters range, raised his rifle. Dubois didn't think. He just threw the signal mirror at the soldier's face with the same motion he'd used throwing rocks at coyotes threatening his family's chickens in Quebec. The mirror hit the German in the forehead, didn't hurt him, but made him flinch. That flinch bought Dubois 0.8 seconds. He used it to dive behind a fallen log as the German fired. The 7.92mm round passed through the space where Dubois' chest had been, hit a tree trunk 30 meters away, and alerted the entire patrol to his actual position. Now 8 German soldiers knew where he was, were maneuvering to surround his position, and Dubois had lost his mirror. He had the Lee Enfield rifle with 5 rounds loaded, the parachute cord still wrapped around his arm, and approximately 30 seconds before the Germans flanked his position and killed him. The mathematics were conclusive. He was going to die, unless he could make the Germans kill each other instead of him. The terrain offered one advantage. Dubois' log position was on a slight rise, 3 meters higher than the forest floor where most of the German patrol had taken cover. The Germans were spread across a 40-meter arc, some behind trees to his left, others behind snowbanks to his right, with no clear line of sight to each other through the dense pine forest. If Dubois could create movement that made one group think the other group was the enemy, their own crossfire would do his work for him. He used the parachute cord still wrapped around his arm, tying one end to a broken branch the size of a rifle stock. Then he tied his spare uniform jacket to the branch, creating a crude mannequin that looked vaguely human-shaped when held upright. He positioned this decoy behind the log, pushed it up so it was visible above the log line, then immediately yanked it down and shifted his position 4 meters to the right. 3 German soldiers fired at the decoy. Their muzzle flashes came from different positions across the 40-meter arc, 1 from the left side at 10 o'clock, 2 from the right side at 2 o'clock. The soldiers on each side saw the muzzle flashes from the opposite side, heard rifle fire, assumed they were taking fire from enemy positions they couldn't clearly identify through the forest. Dubois heard shouting in German. "Nicht schießen! Eigene Truppen!" But the warning came too late. The soldiers on the right side, thinking they were under fire from an Allied position to their left, returned fire toward where they'd seen muzzle flashes. Their rounds hit the tree the German soldier on the left was using for cover. That soldier, taking incoming fire he thought was from Allied forces, fired back. The Germans were shooting at each other. Dubois stayed flat behind his log, listening to the firefight develop. 7 seconds of sustained fire, 11 shots total. Then screaming, then more shooting, then silence. Dubois waited 3 full minutes before moving. When he finally looked over the log, he saw 2 German soldiers down, 3 others providing first aid, and the remaining 3 positioned defensively, scanning the forest for threats that didn't exist. The patrol had taken 25% casualties from friendly fire, all because Dubois had made them see threats where he wanted them to look, instead of where he actually was. He left them there, took his jacket from the decoy mannequin, retrieved his signal mirror from where it had fallen in the snow. Incredibly, the glass wasn't cracked, and moved deeper into the forest, heading toward the German supply route he'd been monitoring for 2 days. He had work to do. The mirror and rope weren't just survival tools anymore. They were weapons that worked at any range, against any enemy, as long as Dubois could control what the enemy perceived. The implications were staggering. Traditional combat required firepower, ammunition, numerical superiority. Dubois' method required only information control, making the enemy see what you wanted them to see, move where you wanted them to move, shoot what you wanted them to shoot. He'd stumbled into a form of warfare that wouldn't be formally recognized until decades later, when Special Operations Forces started teaching courses on deception tactics and psychological operations. But in December 1944, Dubois was just a truck driver trying to stay alive, using mirrors, rope, and an understanding that people tended to shoot at whatever they thought was a threat. Over the next 36 hours, he refined his techniques. He created false observation posts using mirrors positioned on tree branches, triggered by wind to create intermittent flashes that suggested human operation. He strung rope trigger systems across 3 different German supply routes, each one designed to cause accidents that would delay reinforcements heading toward Bastogne. He used the snow itself as a weapon, creating small avalanches in strategic locations that blocked roads without requiring any explosive charges or mechanical triggers, just rope and physics and knowledge of which snowbanks were unstable. The results accumulated. On December 23rd, a German fuel convoy hit one of his rope triggers and lost 2 trucks to a controlled tree fall. 14 casualties, 0 ammunition expended by Dubois. On December 24th, mirror signals convinced a German artillery battery they were being observed by Allied spotters, causing them to relocate 8 kilometers north, away from effective firing positions on Bastogne. The relocation cost them 6 hours, during which American positions went unbombarded. On December 25th, another rope trigger caused a supply truck to skid off a mountain road, taking 20 German soldiers and 4,000 kilograms of rations over a cliff. German intelligence noticed the pattern.
On December 26th,
A captured document from a Wehrmacht signals unit referenced unidentified mirror signals consistent with Allied artillery observation. Recommend immediate suppression of suspected observation posts. The document listed 17 locations where mirror signals had been observed. Dubois had operated from 14 of those locations. The other 3 were German soldiers seeing sun reflections off snow and reporting them as enemy signals. The paranoia was spreading. The American relief of Bastogne on December 26th ended Dubois' behind-the-lines operation. Patton's Third Army punched through the German encirclement, linked up with the 101st Airborne, and suddenly the Ardennes forest was full of friendly forces instead of enemy convoys. Dubois walked into an American forward position at 16:40 hours, surrendered his Lee Enfield to a very confused U.S. Army corporal who wanted to know why a Canadian truck driver was carrying German signal equipment, and was immediately detained for interrogation by military intelligence. The interrogation lasted 6 hours. Captain Robert Morrison, U.S. Army Intelligence, sat across from Dubois in a commandeered farmhouse basement and tried to understand what had actually happened. Morrison had reports of German logistics failures, convoy accidents, artillery batteries relocating for no apparent reason, all concentrated in a 12-kilometer radius around Bastogne over a 4-day period. He also had reports of Allied artillery observation signals from positions where no Allied observers had been stationed. The coincidence bothered him. "You're saying you caused all of this?" Morrison said, looking at his notes. "With a mirror and some rope." "Mostly the mirror," Dubois said. "Rope was just for the nighttime work. Germans see light flashes, they think artillery observers. They change behavior. Sometimes the behavior gets them killed." Morrison examined the German signal mirror Dubois had turned over. Standard Wehrmacht issue.
Nothing special about it.
"How many enemy casualties would you estimate resulted from your activities?" Dubois thought about it. "The first convoy? 23 casualties. The rope-triggered tree fall? 28 dead. The fuel convoy? 14 casualties. The ration truck over the cliff? 20 dead. The German patrol's friendly fire incident? 2 wounded. Miscellaneous other incidents? Approximately 6 casualties from convoy delays and accidents." 93 confirmed, he said. "Maybe more I didn't see." Morrison wrote that down, looked at it, looked at Dubois. "You killed 93 German soldiers without firing your weapon." "Didn't kill anybody," Dubois corrected. "They killed themselves. I just suggested where they should drive their trucks and when they should shoot their rifles. Physics did the actual killing." This was a problem for Morrison because the U.S. Army didn't have a category for this type of combat. Dubois wasn't infantry. He'd never engaged the enemy with direct fire. He wasn't artillery. He'd never called in fire missions or operated any explosive weapons. He wasn't reconnaissance. His observations had been incidental to creating deception operations. He was something new, something the doctrine manuals hadn't anticipated. Morrison settled for documenting everything, flagging it for higher headquarters review, and releasing Dubois back to Canadian forces with a recommendation that subjects' techniques warrant further analysis for potential doctrinal applications. The recommendation went to Combined Operations Headquarters in London, where a young British major named David Stirling read it with intense interest. Stirling was developing special operations concepts that would eventually become the Special Air Service, and Dubois' mirror and rope methodology fit perfectly into theories about small unit deception operations. Stirling requested permission to interview Dubois, got approval, and spent 8 hours in February 1945 learning everything the Canadian truck driver knew about using terrain and perception as weapons. The interview became the basis for a classified training document titled Improvised Deception Techniques for Small Unit Operations. The document described Dubois' methods in clinical detail: mirror signaling patterns, rope trigger mechanics, terrain selection criteria, psychological principles of enemy decision-making under perceived threat. It was distributed to British Commando units, Canadian Special Operations personnel, and selected U.S. Army Ranger battalions. The techniques were classified top secret until 1968, when portions were declassified and incorporated into U.S. Army Field Manual 31-20, Special Forces Operational Techniques. Dubois never saw the document. He returned to truck driving duties in February 1945, spent the rest of the war hauling supplies across France and Germany, and was discharged in August 1945 with the rank of corporal and no decorations for his Ardennes operations. The Canadian Army hadn't known what to do with him. His commanding officer's evaluation read, "Dubois demonstrates initiative and resourcefulness, though his methods are unconventional and difficult to categorize within standard military occupational specialities. Recommend assignment to motor transport duties where his skills are more directly applicable." The lack of recognition bothered some of the American officers who'd been at Bastogne. In 1946, Lieutenant Colonel Harry Kinnard, who'd served with the 101st Airborne during the siege, wrote a letter to Canadian military authorities recommending Dubois for the Distinguished Conduct Medal. The letter detailed how reduced German artillery fire during December 20th to 23rd had allowed American defenders to conserve medical supplies, rotate exhausted personnel, and maintain defensive positions that would have been untenable under sustained bombardment. Kinnard estimated that Dubois' disruption of German logistics had contributed to saving between 400 and 800 American lives. The recommendation was denied. The Canadian Army's Awards Board determined that Dubois' actions, while commendable, did not meet the threshold for direct combat engagement necessary for gallantry decorations. The fact that he'd killed 93 enemy soldiers was acknowledged but not considered relevant, since the kills had been achieved through deception rather than traditional combat. In 1947, Dubois received a Mentioned in Dispatches citation, which recognized his service but carried no medal or formal recognition. He returned to Quebec, worked in logging for 15 years, then became a truck driver for a commercial transport company. He married in 1949, had 4 children, and never talked about the war except when directly asked. His children knew he'd been a supply driver. They didn't know about the mirrors and rope. They didn't know their father had developed combat techniques that would be taught to special operations forces for the next 70 years. The full scope of Dubois' innovation became clear only after his death in 1989, when military historians analyzing the Battle of the Bulge discovered the connection between German logistics failures around Bastogne and the unidentified mirror signals reported in Wehrmacht documents. Dr. James Donnelly, a Canadian military historian, tracked down Dubois' service records, found the Morrison interrogation report in declassified U.S. Army archives, and pieced together what had actually happened. Donnelly's 1993 article in the Journal of Military History, titled Improvised Deception, A Canadian Soldier's Innovation in the Ardennes, was the first public documentation of Dubois' techniques. The article analyzed the physics of his mirror signaling system, the mechanical principles of his rope triggers, and the psychological basis for his deception operations. Donnelly calculated that Dubois had achieved a kill ratio of 93 to 0. 93 enemy casualties to 0 friendly casualties, using equipment that cost approximately $2 in 1944 dollars and required 0 resupply or logistical support. The cost-effectiveness was extraordinary. Traditional infantry combat in 1944 required an estimated 40,000 rifle rounds to achieve 1 enemy casualty. Artillery required approximately 1,200 shells per casualty. Dubois had achieved 93 casualties using 0 ammunition and $2 worth of mirrors and rope. The efficiency ratio was theoretically infinite, or at least beyond any conventional military metrics. More significantly, Dubois' methods demonstrated that combat effectiveness didn't require firepower or technological superiority. It required understanding enemy decision-making patterns and using terrain features to exploit those patterns. A single soldier with mirror and rope could disrupt an entire logistics network if he understood where convoys had to travel and what signals would make them alter their behavior. The implications for special operations and guerrilla warfare were profound. Modern military doctrine reflects this understanding. U.S. Army Special Forces training includes courses on environmental deception that teach techniques directly descended from Dubois' innovations. British SAS selection includes problem-solving scenarios where candidates must achieve objectives using only environmental manipulation and zero direct engagement, a concept that would have been foreign to military thinking before 1944.
Canadian Special Operations Forces
Teach a course called Improvised Influence Operations that opens with a case study on Dubois' Ardennes campaign. The mirror itself, the German signal heliograph that Dubois had stolen from a destroyed Kübelwagen, ended up in the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa. It was donated by Dubois' daughter in 1991, 2 years after his death, along with 6 meters of parachute cord he'd kept in a toolbox for 45 years. The display card reads, "Signal mirror and cord used by Corporal Henri Dubois, 1st Canadian Army, December 1944. These simple tools enabled the disruption of German logistics operations during the Battle of the Bulge, contributing to the successful defense of Bastogne." The card doesn't mention the 93 casualties. It doesn't explain the physics of rope triggers or the psychology of mirror deception. It doesn't say that a truck driver from Quebec had accidentally invented techniques that would be classified top secret for 23 years and taught to special operations forces for 7 decades. It's just a mirror and some rope in a museum case, looking like artifacts from a camping trip rather than weapons that had changed military doctrine. But in December 1944, in the frozen Ardennes forest, those simple tools had been enough. Enough to disrupt German supply lines, enough to reduce artillery fire on trapped American soldiers, enough to kill 93 enemy personnel without firing a shot, enough to prove that the best weapon sometimes wasn't the one that made the loudest noise, but the one the enemy never knew was being used against them. The last convoy Dubois targeted before the American relief arrived was a German medical unit transporting wounded soldiers away from the front lines. He saw it through his observation position, recognized the Red Cross markings on the trucks, and deliberately did nothing. The convoy passed safely. When asked about this decision in 1978 by a military historian, Dubois said, "They were wounded. They weren't threatening anybody. The mirror tricks worked because I used them on people who were trying to kill Americans. Using them on medical personnel would have been murder, not combat." That distinction between combat and murder, between necessary deception and unnecessary cruelty, defined how Dubois thought about his wartime innovations. The mirrors and ropes were tools for creating military advantage, not instruments for killing anyone he could reach. He developed techniques that killed 93 German soldiers because those soldiers were actively threatening Allied forces. He'd spared the medical convoy because those soldiers were no longer a threat. The ethics were simple. The execution was precise. In 2004, the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College conducted a war game based on Dubois' techniques, testing whether modern soldiers could replicate his results using contemporary technology. 30 special operations officers were given 4 days to disrupt a simulated enemy logistics network using only deception operations and environmental manipulation. None achieved more than 40% of Dubois' effectiveness. The after-action report concluded, "The success of the 1944 operations appears to have been dependent on specific terrain conditions, enemy tactical patterns, and operator intuition that are difficult to replicate in controlled exercises or systematize for general application." In other words, what Dubois had done was so situationally specific, so dependent on his personal knowledge of terrain and behavior, that it couldn't be turned into a checklist or procedure. You couldn't train someone to be Dubois. You could only teach the principles and hope they had the intuition to apply them correctly. That made his innovation simultaneously invaluable and unteachable. The worst kind of military knowledge, the kind that died when the person who possessed it died. Except Dubois had written it down. In 1947, at David Stirling's request, he'd created a 23-page handwritten manual titled "Using Natural Features for Tactical Deception." The manual explained mirror signaling patterns, rope trigger construction, terrain analysis for deception operations, and psychological principles of enemy decision-making. It was written in plain French, illustrated with pencil drawings, and classified top secret by British intelligence. The manual remained classified until 1992, when it was declassified and donated to the Canadian War Museum alongside the mirror and rope. Anyone can read it now. Anyone can learn how a truck driver from Quebec used $2 worth of equipment to kill 93 enemy soldiers and save 800 American lives. The techniques are simple. The physics are basic. The psychology is straightforward. But replicating what Dubois achieved requires something the manual can't teach: the willingness to stay behind enemy lines for 4 days, alone, using weapons that most soldiers wouldn't recognize as weapons, fighting a type of warfare that wouldn't be formally acknowledged for another 20 years. 93 casualties, 0 shots fired, 4 days of operations, $2 in equipment cost, and 2,400 American soldiers who survived the siege of Bastogne, partially because a Canadian truck driver understood that sometimes the best way to kill the enemy was to convince them to kill themselves. The mirror is still in the museum case in Ottawa. The rope is still preserved beside it. And somewhere, in special operations training centers across NATO countries, instructors are still teaching techniques that began with a truck driver, a stolen mirror, and the understanding that light and rope could be weapons if you knew how to use them. Topic: a Canadian cook used a potato peeler and coat hanger wire to fix jammed machine guns. His 22-cent modification saved 380 soldiers and killed 127 Germans in 8 hours. Outline: June 1944, Juno Beach. Private James MacDonald, a 22-year-old short-order cook from Nova Scotia, discovers that Canadian Bren guns are jamming every 40 to 60 rounds because sand from the beach is fouling the extractor mechanism. Using a potato peeler blade and coat hanger wire from a destroyed farmhouse, he creates a field-expedient cleaning tool that soldiers can use to clear jams in 4 seconds instead of 3 minutes. His modifications spread through the Regina Rifle Regiment during the brutal fighting at Bretteville-Lorgueilleuse. Over 8 hours of German counterattacks, guns equipped with MacDonald's tool maintain 96% operational rate versus 31% for unmodified weapons. The working machine guns kill 127 attacking Germans and prevent the collapse of the Canadian beachhead position, saving 380 surrounded infantrymen from annihilation. Chapter 1. At 0847 hours on June 7, 1944, Private James MacDonald crouched behind a stone wall 2 kilometers inland from Juno Beach and watched a Lance Corporal die because his Bren gun jammed at the exact moment a German MG-42 opened fire from 80 meters away. The Canadian soldier yanked the cocking handle twice, slapped the magazine, tried to clear the jam using the manual's recommended procedure, and was still fumbling with the stuck bolt when 7.92mm rounds stitched across his chest at 1,200 rounds per minute. He dropped without making a sound. The Bren gun fell beside him, useless, its bolt frozen halfway through the extraction cycle with a spent cartridge case wedged in the chamber like a cork in a bottle. MacDonald had watched this exact failure 17 times in the past 16 hours. 17 Canadian soldiers trying to return fire with jammed Bren guns, while German machine guns and rifles killed them methodically.
The mathematics were brutal and simple. A Bren gun that fired could suppress an MG-42 position long enough for infantry to maneuver. A Bren gun that jammed meant soldiers died while their crew tried to fix it. And right now, in the fields outside Bretteville-Logueilleuse, approximately 40% of Canadian Bren guns were jamming every third or fourth magazine because Normandy beach sand had gotten into mechanisms designed for English rain and Scottish mud. MacDonald wasn't supposed to be here. He was a cook, assigned to the Regina Rifle Regiment's field kitchen, responsible for preparing 800 meals per day using equipment that barely qualified as portable stoves. His combat experience consisted of exactly 0 firefights, and his weapons training had earned him a marksmanship score that his instructor described as adequate for mess hall duty, unsuitable for anything requiring actual aim. But the Regina Rifles had taken 112 casualties in the first 24 hours after D-Day, and every man who could hold a rifle was now in the firing line, including cooks. The German counterattack hit at 0850 hours, with the kind of methodical precision that suggested the Wehrmacht had been planning this for weeks. 3 Panzer IVs advancing across open farmland, supported by approximately 200 infantry moving through hedgerows, objective clearly to push the Canadians back to the beach and collapse the entire Juno beachhead before Allied reinforcements could arrive. The Regina Rifles had 380 men dug in along a 1,200-meter defensive line anchored on the stone walls of 3 destroyed farms. They had 32 Bren guns, 8 Piat anti-tank weapons, and 1 6-pounder anti-tank gun that had lost its sights during the beach landing. The defensive plan was simple. Bren guns would suppress German infantry while Piat teams engaged the tanks. Except the Bren guns kept jamming, and Piat teams couldn't maneuver without suppressing fire, which meant the panzers were getting closer, while German infantry picked off Canadian positions one by one. MacDonald watched the nearest Bren gun crew, 2 privates named Morrison and Keller, try to clear a jam for the 4th time in 6 minutes. Morrison had the gun upside down, shaking it like a ketchup bottle, while Keller pried at the stuck bolt with his bayonet. Neither technique worked. The bolt stayed jammed. The Germans kept advancing. MacDonald had been trained to cook food, not fix weapons. But he'd spent 6 years working in his father's garage in Halifax before the war, and he understood mechanical principles that apparently the British small arms designers hadn't considered. Sand was abrasive, extractors were precision parts, and when you combined abrasive material with precision mechanisms under high pressure and temperature, you got friction coefficients
that exceeded the extractor's strength tolerance. The Bren gun's bolt mechanism included a small extractor claw that grabbed the rim of spent cartridge cases and pulled them out of the chamber. The claw was 4 millimeters wide, made of hardened steel, designed to withstand pressures of approximately 45,000 pounds per square inch. It worked perfectly in factory conditions and English proving grounds. It did not work perfectly when beach sand got into the chamber, fused with propellant residue to create an abrasive paste, and then hardened around the cartridge case rim under the heat of sustained fire. The extractor claw would grab the case, try to pull it free, and instead, the hardened sand paste would act like cement, holding the case in place while the extractor claw bent or broke under stress. Result: jammed gun. Standard clearing procedure required complete disassembly of the bolt mechanism, manual removal of the stuck case, cleaning of the chamber, reassembly, and testing. Time required: 2 to 3 minutes. Life expectancy of a soldier standing in the open, performing detailed weapons maintenance while under machine gun fire, approximately 8 seconds. The problem wasn't the gun's design. The problem was the environment. Beach landings meant sand. Sand meant fouling. Fouling meant jams. And jams meant dead Canadians who couldn't return fire. What the regiment needed was a field-expedient clearing tool that could remove stuck cartridge cases without requiring disassembly, something simple enough that any soldier could use it under fire, fast enough that gun crews could clear jams in seconds instead of minutes. MacDonald had exactly the tool the regiment needed, though nobody knew it yet. In his combat pack, wrapped in waxed paper alongside 3 tins of corned beef and a spare pair of socks, was a potato peeler he'd taken from the field kitchen before coming ashore. Standard British Army issue, carbon steel blade, 6 centimeters long, wooden handle, designed for peeling 200 kilograms of potatoes per hour. The blade was thin, flexible, and sharp enough to slide between a cartridge case and chamber wall without damaging the rifle's bore. It was basically a surgical tool for extracting stuck objects from tight spaces. At 0903 hours, Morrison's Bren gun jammed again. MacDonald watched him struggle with it for 10 seconds, heard him screaming for an armorer, knew there wasn't any armorer within 400 meters. He made a decision that violated approximately 6 military protocols. He abandoned his assigned position, sprinted 20 meters across open ground while German rifles snapped rounds overhead, and slid into Morrison's position with the potato peeler already out of his pack. "Give me the gun," MacDonald said. Morrison looked at him like he'd suggested surrender. "The fuck are you doing, Cook? We need an—" "Give me the gun." MacDonald grabbed the Bren, flipped it upside down, and slid the potato peeler blade into the ejection port at a 15-degree angle. The thin steel blade fit perfectly in the 2-millimeter gap between the stuck cartridge case and the chamber wall. He worked it around the case's circumference, breaking the sand paste seal, creating clearance. Then, he yanked the cocking handle while simultaneously levering the case out with the peeler blade. The stuck cartridge popped free like a cork from a champagne bottle. Total time: 4 seconds. He chambered a fresh round, handed the gun back to Morrison. "It'll jam again, every 40, maybe 60 rounds. Use this." He gave Morrison the potato peeler. "Slide it around the stuck case, break the seal, pull the charging handle. 4 seconds, gun's working." Morrison stared at the potato peeler, looked at MacDonald, looked at the approaching Germans, fired a burst at the enemy infantry visible 120 meters away across the wheat field. The Bren worked perfectly. spitting .303 rounds at 500 rounds per minute. The distinctive sound like a slow jackhammer. Morrison fired 60 rounds. The gun jammed. He cleared it with the potato peeler in exactly 6 seconds, resumed firing. The technique worked, but MacDonald had only one potato peeler, and the Regina rifles had 32 Bren guns spread across 1,200 meters of defensive line. He needed to mass-produce the tool, which required materials he didn't have, and manufacturing capabilities that didn't exist 2 kilometers behind enemy lines in the middle of an active firefight. Unless he improvised with materials that were readily available in any destroyed farmhouse in Normandy. He found what he needed in the ruins of a barn 30 meters behind the defensive line. A coat rack with 6 wire hangers, the cheap kind made of galvanized steel wire, 2 millimeters in diameter. The wire was stiff enough to maintain shape under pressure, flexible enough to bend without breaking, and the galvanized coating would prevent rust in the Norman rain. Perfect. He grabbed all 6 hangers, ran back to his position, and started manufacturing clearing tools using the same skills he'd learned making specialty cooking utensils in his father's garage. The manufacturing process was simple. Cut a 15-centimeter length of coat hanger wire using wire cutters borrowed from a signals corporal. Bend the wire into a shallow hook shape using pliers. The hook needed to be narrow enough to fit into the 2-millimeter gap between cartridge case and chamber, sharp enough to break the sandpaste seal, angled at 15 degrees to match the chamber's taper. Wrap one end with cloth tape to create a handle. Test it on a jammed Bren gun. Adjust the angle if needed. Repeat. MacDonald produced the first clearing tool at 0917 hours, 14 minutes into the German attack. He field tested it on Keller's jammed Bren gun, clearing a stuck case in 5 seconds. The tool worked. He produced 3 more tools by 0923 hours, distributing them to gun crews within 40 meters of his position. By 0935 hours, he'd made 8 tools from the 6 coat hangers, showing each gun crew how to clear jams without disassembly. The word spread through the defensive line like fire through dry grass. The cook had a fix for the jamming Brens. At 0941 hours, a lieutenant named Robertson crawled into MacDonald's position and demanded to see the tool. Robertson was 26 years old, had commanded his platoon for 18 days, had watched 7 men die from jammed weapons in the past 2 hours. He examined MacDonald's coat hanger creation with the expression of a man discovering fire for the first time. "How fast does it work?" Robertson asked. 4 to 6 seconds per jam, depends on how bad the fouling is. "How many of these can you make?" MacDonald looked at the remaining coat hanger wire. "Got enough wire for maybe 12 more. Need more hangers or equivalent wire stock to make more than that?" Robertson pulled a map from his jacket, marked 3 locations. "There's destroyed houses here, here, and here.
All had civilian occupants yesterday.
Civilians own coat hangers. I'll send men to scavenge. You keep making these tools. Every Bren gun in the regiment needs one." "Sir, You're supposed to be keeping soldiers alive, Private. Right now, that means making coat hanger Bren tools, not cooking food nobody can eat because they're dead from jammed guns. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Robertson crawled away. 15 minutes later, 3 soldiers arrived with 23 wire coat hangers scavenged from destroyed farmhouses. MacDonald had enough raw material to tool every Bren gun in the regiment. He set up a production line in a bomb crater, using borrowed pliers and wire cutters, manufacturing clearing tools at a rate of approximately 6 per hour. By 11:45 hours, he'd produced 34 tools and distributed them across the defensive line through a network of runners who dodged German fire to deliver bent coat hangers to gun crews who desperately needed them. The impact was immediate and measurable. Bren guns equipped with McDonald's clearing tools maintained operational rates of 92 to 96%, jamming every 40 to 60 rounds, but clearing in 4 to 6 seconds and immediately resuming fire. Unmodified guns, still being cleared using standard disassembly procedures, had operational rates of 28 to 35%, spending more time jammed than firing. The difference in sustained firepower was the difference between suppressing German advances and watching helplessly as enemy infantry closed to grenade range. At 14:03 hours, the German attack intensified. 2 more Panzer IVs joined the assault, bringing total armor to 5 tanks, supported by approximately 350 infantry advancing across a 600-meter front. The Canadian defensive line was buckling. Ammunition was running low, casualties were mounting, and if the Bren guns failed now, the entire position would collapse within 20 minutes. But the Bren guns didn't fail. They jammed. Crews cleared them in seconds using McDonald's tools, and the guns kept firing. McDonald was back in the firing line now, manning a Bren gun after its original crew had been killed by mortar fire. He'd fired 340 rounds in the past hour, cleared 8 jams using his own tool, and discovered something the British small arms engineers probably never tested. If you cleared jams fast enough, you could maintain suppressive fire rates that effectively neutralized the MG-42's higher cyclic rate. The German gun fired at 1,200 rounds per minute, but needed 6-second barrel changes every 200 rounds. The Bren fired at only 500 rounds per minute, but with McDonald's quick clear tool, it could maintain fire continuously through its normal 4-second jam cycle. At 15:47 hours, McDonald's Bren gun jammed for the 9th time. He cleared it in 3 seconds, his personal record, and resumed firing at a German infantry section visible 95 meters away across a wheat field. 3 Germans dropped. The rest took cover. The Bren gun's barrel was glowing cherry red from sustained fire. McDonald's shoulder was purple from recoil bruising. His hands were blistered from the gun's heat. And somewhere out in the wheat field, the German attack was finally stalling, because Canadian machine guns wouldn't stay jammed long enough for enemy infantry to advance. The German commander saw it too. At 16:12 hours, the panzers began withdrawing, their infantry support falling back to defensive positions 400 meters away. The attack had failed. The Canadian beachhead position held, and 380 soldiers who would have been overrun by German infantry if their Bren guns had stayed jammed were still alive, because a cook from Nova Scotia had understood that sometimes the solution to a complex mechanical problem was a bent piece of coat hanger wire. Lieutenant Robertson found McDonald at 16:34 hours, sitting in a shell crater, manufacturing his 47th clearing tool from wire scavenged from German field telephone cable. Robertson's left arm was in a sling from shrapnel. His uniform was black with powder smoke, and he had the expression of a man who just survived something that should have killed him. "How many guns still operational?" Robertson asked. "All of them, sir. If the gun's intact, it can fire. Jams don't matter with the tools." Robertson nodded slowly, looked at the bent wire in McDonald's hands. "The Germans are going to try again. Tonight or tomorrow. Maybe both. I need every Bren gun in the regiment equipped with your tools before they come back." Can you do that? Need more wire, sir, and pliers, and about 6 hours. You'll have it. Robertson started to leave, paused. What's the manufacturing cost for one of these tools? MacDonald thought about it. Coat hanger wire from civilian sources, free, scavenged from destroyed buildings. Cloth tape for handles, minimal, maybe 2 cents worth. Labor, his own time, officially worthless since he was getting paid whether he was cooking or making tools. About 22 cents if we were buying the wire retail, 0 if we keep scavenging. 22 cents, Robertson said quietly. We just held off 5 Panzers and 300 German infantry with 22-cent coat hanger wire. Yes, sir. Well, 32 guns times 22 cents. About $7 total for the whole regiment. Robertson laughed, the kind of exhausted laugh that comes after surviving combat that should have been fatal. $7. The entire defensive line held for $7 in bent wire. He shook his head. Keep making them, MacDonald. I'll make sure you get the wire. MacDonald bent another coat hanger into a clearing tool and wondered how many Canadian soldiers would be alive tomorrow because of something he'd learned peeling potatoes in a Halifax restaurant kitchen. The answer would turn out to be larger than he imagined, and the impact would spread far beyond one regiment in one Norman field. But right now, all he knew was that Bren guns were jamming, soldiers were dying, and he had 47 tools made, with 38 more to go before... The German artillery barrage started at 16:41 hours, and MacDonald realized the next attack was coming sooner than anyone expected. Chapter 2. The first 105mm shell hit 40 meters from MacDonald's position at 16:41 hours, detonating in the wheat field with a sound like the world splitting open and throwing a column of dirt and shrapnel 20 meters into the air. The second shell followed 3 seconds later, landing closer, the concussive wave knocking MacDonald flat against the bomb crater's wall and filling his mouth with the taste of cordite and turned earth. He counted 12 more impacts in the next 30 seconds, a barrage pattern designed to soften the Canadian defensive line before the next German infantry assault. Except this time, MacDonald had 47 clearing tools distributed across the defensive positions, with wire and pliers to make 38 more before the Germans advanced again. He kept working during the barrage, hands moving automatically to bend coat hanger wire into the precise hook shape that could slide between cartridge case and chamber wall. Each explosion made his hands shake, made the wire slip in his grip, made him drop tools that he had to search for in the crater's mud. But stopping meant soldiers would die when their guns jammed and they didn't have clearing tools. So he didn't stop. He bent wire, wrapped handles, tested angles, and produced clearing tools at a rate of 1 every 9 minutes, despite the artillery. The barrage lasted 23 minutes, expending what MacDonald estimated was approximately 140 shells across the 1,200-meter defensive line. When it ended at 17:04 hours, the silence was so sudden, it felt like pressure against his eardrums. He could hear German commands being shouted across the wheat fields, could hear the distinctive diesel engine sound of Panzer IVs advancing, could hear the metallic clicking of hundreds of rifle bolts being chambered as German infantry prepared to assault positions they assumed would be disorganized and demoralized from the artillery. The Germans assumed wrong. The Canadian defensive line had taken casualties from the barrage. MacDonald counted 7 bodies being evacuated past his position. But the Bren gun crews were intact, weapons were operational, and every gun now had MacDonald's clearing tool either in the crew's possession or on its way via runners dodging through the communication trenches. At 17:09 hours, Lieutenant Robertson appeared at MacDonald's crater with a Captain MacDonald didn't recognize. "This is Captain Hendricks, Battalion Intelligence," Robertson said. "He wants to see your tool work under actual combat conditions." Hendricks was maybe 35, had the kind of face that suggested he'd been analyzing weapons performance since before MacDonald was born, and carried a notebook where he was already sketching diagrams of the clearing tool. "Show me the clearing procedure," Hendricks said, "step by step. Assume the gun just jammed mid-burst." MacDonald grabbed the nearest Bren gun, Morrison's weapon, which had jammed 14 times in the past 8 hours and was still operational thanks to the clearing tool. He loaded a magazine, fired 6 rounds at a destroyed German half-track 200 meters away to heat the chamber, then deliberately induced a jam by firing until the extractor failed to pull a spent case. The gun stopped. He flipped it on its side, inserted the wire tool into the ejection port at 15 degrees, worked it around the stuck cartridge's circumference for 2 seconds, yanked the cocking handle while levering with the tool. The case popped free. He loaded a fresh round and resumed firing. Total time, 4.2 seconds, Hendricks wrote in his notebook.
What's the failure rate of the tool itself?
How many uses before the wire fatigues and breaks? Haven't had one break yet, MacDonald said. Tested the first tool I made about 40 times. Wire's still good. Material specifications? Galvanized steel coat hanger wire, 2 mm diameter. Civilians use it for hanging clothes. Germans use it for field telephone cable. Both work fine. Manufacturing time? 9 minutes per tool once you know the technique. Could probably get it down to 6 minutes with practice and better tools. Hendricks examined the wire hook, measuring angles with what looked like a jeweler's protractor. The British small arms factory at Enfield has been working on this jamming problem for 3 weeks. They've proposed 17 different solutions, including chamber redesigns, modified extractors, and new propellant formulas. None have been approved for field implementation due to cost and retooling requirements. He looked at MacDonald. "You solved it with 22 cents worth of wire and basic metalworking." "Solved it for Normandy beach conditions," MacDonald corrected. "Desert sand might need different angles. Arctic cold might need different wire specifications. This is just a field expedient for..." The German attack hit before he could finish. At 17:14 hours, approximately 400 German infantry emerged from tree lines and hedgerows across an 800-meter front, advancing in squad-sized elements with mutual fire support, professional and coordinated, and absolutely determined to break through the Canadian line before Allied reinforcements could arrive from the beach. Behind them, 3 Panzer IVs provided mobile fire support, their 75mm guns engaging any Canadian position that showed resistance. The Regina Rifles opened fire at 17:15 hours with every operational weapon they possessed. 32 Bren guns, 380 rifles, 8 Piats, and 1 half-blind 6-pounder gun began pouring fire into the German advance at rates that should have been impossible to sustain, given the jamming problems they'd experienced all day. But MacDonald's clearing tools had changed the equation. When guns jammed, and they jammed constantly, every 40 to 60 rounds, crews cleared them in 4 to 6 seconds and resumed firing before German infantry could exploit the pause. MacDonald was back on Morrison's Bren gun, Morrison having been wounded by shrapnel during the barrage and evacuated to a field hospital 400 meters behind the line. He fired in controlled bursts, 8 to 10 rounds per trigger pull, aiming at German soldiers visible as dark shapes moving through the wheat 140 meters away. The gun jammed. He cleared it, resumed firing. The rhythm became automatic. Fire, jam, clear, fire, jam, clear. His shoulders absorbed the recoil. His hands worked the clearing tool without conscious thought. His eyes tracked targets through the gun sight, while his brain handled the mechanical operations that kept the weapon running. At 17:29 hours, the gun's barrel was glowing bright orange from sustained fire. MacDonald had gone through 7 30-round magazines, cleared 11 jams, and was starting to understand why the British Army specified 6-man Bren gun crews when the weapon was designed for sustained fire operations. One man could operate the gun, but the physical toll was extraordinary. His right shoulder was completely numb from recoil. His left hand was blistered from the barrel's radiant heat. His right thumb was bleeding where the cocking handle had torn skin during rapid jam clearing. The gun jammed again. He cleared it, loaded a fresh magazine, spotted movement at 95 meters, German infantry section trying to flank the position. He fired a burst. 3 Germans dropped. The rest went to ground. The Bren jammed. He cleared it in 3 seconds, resumed firing. The Germans tried to advance. He killed 2 more. The survivors retreated back into the wheat. Across the defensive line, other Bren guns were performing similar work. The sustained fire rates were forcing German infantry to stay in cover, preventing them from advancing, disrupting their attack coordination. MacDonald could hear the distinctive sound of 32 Bren guns firing in an overlapping pattern that created a nearly continuous wall of .303 fire across the Canadian front. Every time one gun jammed and went silent, 2 others were firing. By the time the jammed gun cleared and resumed firing, another gun had jammed. But the overall fire rate never dropped below 65% of maximum. The Germans had never faced this. In previous engagements, Bren gun jam rates of 40% meant extended periods where Canadian fire slackened, creating windows for German infantry to rush forward under covering fire from their own MG-42 positions. But today, the windows never appeared. The Canadian guns jammed constantly, but cleared so fast that German infantry never got more than 8 to 10 seconds of reduced fire. Not enough time to move from cover to cover, not enough time to close the distance, not enough time to exploit. At 17:47 hours, MacDonald watched a German squad leader try to organize an advance across open ground toward the Canadian line. The squad assembled in a drainage ditch 120 meters away, preparing to rush the position in a coordinated assault. MacDonald fired a 12-round burst. His Bren jammed on the 8th round. He cleared it in 4 seconds, resumed firing before the Germans could react. 6 of them went down. The rest stayed in the ditch. The assault collapsed before it started. Lieutenant Robertson appeared at MacDonald's position at 18:03 hours, crawling through the communication trench with a canvas bag full of freshly manufactured clearing tools. Hendricks set up a production line in Battalion HQ, Robertson said. Got 3 men making these tools from German wire. They've produced 68 in the last hour. Every gun in the regiment has at least 2 tools now, with spares for replacements. MacDonald took a replacement tool from the bag. His current one was starting to show stress marks where the wire had been bent and rebent during jam clearing. The new tool was better made than his field expedient versions, with more precise angles and a properly wrapped handle. Hendricks made these? Hendricks designed the specifications. 3 privates are doing the actual manufacturing. They're calling it the McDonald clearing tool. Robertson grinned, despite the rifle fire snapping overhead. You're famous, Cook. Every Bren gunner in the regiment knows your name. Rather they knew how to clear jams than knew my name, sir. They know both. Robertson checked his watch. Germans have been attacking for 90 minutes. They should have broken through by now. They haven't. You know why? McDonald cleared another jam, number 17 since the attack started, and resumed firing at a German position 130 meters away. Guns keep working, sir. Guns keep working, Robertson confirmed. Intelligence estimates the Germans have taken approximately 110 casualties in this attack, most of them from sustained Bren gun fire that should have been impossible given the jamming rates we experienced this morning. Captain Hendricks is writing a report for division headquarters about your modification. He thinks it could be implemented across the entire Canadian Army within a week. The attack continued until 1847 hours, when the German infantry finally withdrew after sustaining casualties that made further advances tactically impossible. Canadian intelligence counted 127 German dead visible in the wheat fields and drainage ditches, with an estimated 80 to 120 additional wounded who'd been evacuated during the fighting. The Regina Rifles had held their position with 18 killed and 43 wounded. Terrible losses, but survivable, and far better than the projected casualties if the German attack had broken through. McDonald's Bren gun had fired 847 rounds during the engagement, jammed 23 times, and was cleared and returned to operation every single time in under 6 seconds. The gun's barrel was ruined from heat stress and would need replacement before the next engagement, but the mechanism was intact, the extractor still functioned, and the clearing tool had worked perfectly through 23 consecutive jam cycles without breaking or losing effectiveness. At 1920 hours, Captain Hendricks returned to McDonald's position with a brigadier general whose name McDonald didn't catch and whose rank insignia suggested he commanded something larger than a regiment. The general examined the clearing tool, watched McDonald demonstrate the jam clearing procedure on a cold weapon, and asked exactly 3 questions. How much does it cost to manufacture? How long to train a soldier in the clearing procedure? Can it work on weapons other than the Bren gun? McDonald answered, 22 cents using civilian wire, less using scavenged materials. About 2 minutes of instruction, 5 minutes of practice. Haven't tested it on other weapons, sir, but the principle should work on any bolt action or gas-operated system where extraction failure is the primary jam cause. The general nodded, turned to Hendricks. I want these tools in production by tomorrow morning. Every Bren gun in the division gets 2 tools minimum. Priority supply status. Use divisional workshop facilities if civilian wire sources aren't sufficient. He looked back at McDonald. You have a first name, Private? James, sir. Friends call me Jamie. Well, Jamie, as of tomorrow morning, every Canadian soldier in Normandy is going to be using your coat hanger invention to keep their guns running. Field manual revision is already in progress to incorporate your clearing procedure into standard Bren gun operation doctrine. And you're being transferred from kitchen duties to the divisional workshop as a technical advisor on weapons modification. The general paused. Unless you have objections to leaving cooking behind? No objections, sir. The general left. Hendricks stayed behind, making detailed sketches of McDonald's clearing tool technique and asking technical questions about wire gauge specifications and optimal hook angles. At 20:47 hours, Hendricks finally put away his notebook and said something that MacDonald would remember for the rest of his life. "You've probably saved more Canadian lives in the last 12 hours than most infantry platoons save in a month of combat. The guns stayed working because you understood basic mechanical principles that apparently escaped everyone at the British small arms factory. That's not luck. That's engineering." MacDonald didn't feel like an engineer. He felt like a cook who'd bent some coat hangers and gotten lucky that the bend angles happened to work. But over the next 4 days, as his clearing tools spread through the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division and then to British units fighting in adjacent sectors, the results suggested Hendricks was right. Bren gun operational rates improved from 31% to 94% across units equipped with MacDonald's tools. Sustained fire capabilities increased by factors of 2 to 3, allowing smaller Canadian forces to hold defensive positions against larger German attacks. And the jam-induced casualties, soldiers killed while trying to clear malfunctioning weapons under fire, dropped to nearly 0. The statistical impact was documented in a Canadian Army Operational Research Report filed July 15, 1944. Implementation of Field Expedient Cartridge Extraction Tool, MacDonald design, across 3rd Infantry Division resulted in 340% improvement in Bren gun operational reliability under beach landing conditions. Estimated lives saved through maintained suppressive fire capabilities. 380 to 520 personnel over period June 7th to 11th, 1944. Estimated enemy casualties attributable to improved fire rates: 127 confirmed, 200 to 280 probable. Manufacturing cost per tool, $0.22 Canadian. Total program cost for divisional implementation, $47.18 Canadian. $47.18. That was the total cost to equip an entire division with tools that saved 400 to 500 Canadian lives and killed 200 to 300 German soldiers. The cost-effectiveness ratio was so extreme that the report's author felt compelled to add a footnote. These figures have been verified through multiple independent sources and represent conservative estimates. Actual impact may be significantly higher. The British Army officially adopted the MacDonald clearing tool in August 1944, designating it as Extractor Tool Emergency Mark I, and issuing it to all Commonwealth units equipped with Bren guns. The manufacturing specifications called for 2 mm galvanized steel wire, 15 centimeters length, hook angle of 15 degrees, cloth-wrapped handle. Cost, 22 cents per unit. Production requirements, 6 minutes labor, basic metalworking tools. The tool remained in British Army inventory until the Bren gun was retired from service in 1958. MacDonald spent the rest of the war working in divisional workshops, improving his original design and developing similar clearing tools for other weapons experiencing extraction problems in field conditions. He created a version for the Sten submachine gun that used 1.5 mm wire and a different hook angle. He designed a clearing tool for the Lee Enfield rifle that worked on the same principles, but required a straight probe instead of a hooked design. None of these subsequent tools achieved the same impact as the original Bren gun version, but collectively they contributed to keeping Commonwealth weapons operational under conditions that would have rendered them useless without field expedient solutions. He was promoted to corporal in September 1944, to sergeant in January 1945, and was offered a commission as a technical officer in March 1945. He declined the commission. "I'm a mechanic, not an officer," and remained a sergeant until his discharge in November 1945. His service record listed his occupation as Weapons Modification Specialist and noted that he had received a mentioned in dispatches citation for technical innovation resulting in significant improvement in operational weapons reliability. He returned to Halifax in December 1945, went back to work in his father's garage, and never mentioned the war unless directly asked. His children knew he'd been in Normandy, knew he'd done something with machine guns, but didn't know the specifics until 1982, when a military historian researching the D-Day landings discovered references to the MacDonald tool in British Army logistics reports and tracked him down for an interview. The interview was published in Canadian Military History Journal in 1984 under the title Field Expedient Innovation: The Development and Impact of Emergency Weapons Clearing Tools in the Normandy Campaign. The article detailed MacDonald's coat hanger invention, the rapid dissemination across Commonwealth forces, and the statistical impact on operational effectiveness. It noted that MacDonald had received no formal recognition for the innovation beyond the mentioned in dispatches citation, and suggested that his contribution warranted reconsideration for higher honors. The suggestion went nowhere. By 1984, most of the officers who'd witnessed MacDonald's innovation were dead. The relevant documentation was scattered across British and Canadian archives, and the bureaucratic threshold for posthumous medal awards was prohibitively high. MacDonald himself didn't seem bothered by the lack of recognition. When asked about it during the 1982 interview, he said, "I bent some wire. Soldiers stopped dying from jammed guns."
That's all the recognition I need.
He died in 1997 at age 75 from complications related to emphysema, a lifetime of garage work and cigarette smoking finally catching up. His obituary in the Halifax Chronicle-Herald mentioned his war service in a single sentence. James MacDonald served with the Regina Rifle Regiment during World War II and was cited for technical contributions to weapons maintenance. It didn't mention the 380 lives saved, the 127 Germans killed, or the fact that a 22-cent piece of bent coat hanger wire had changed how Commonwealth armies maintained weapons under combat conditions. But in the British Army's training manual for the L4 Bren gun, there's still a section titled Emergency Extraction Procedures that includes detailed instructions for constructing and using wire-clearing tools. The section doesn't mention MacDonald by name. It just describes the tool as field expedient equipment developed during 1944 Normandy operations. The specifications are exact. 2mm wire, 15cm length, 15-degree hook angle. The same specifications MacDonald had worked out in a bomb crater while German artillery was landing 40 meters away. The Canadian War Museum has one of MacDonald's original clearing tools in storage, donated by his daughter in 1999. It's a simple piece of bent coat hanger wire with cloth tape wrapped around one end for a handle. The wire shows stress marks from repeated use. The tape is stained with gun oil and dirt. The hook angle is exactly 15 degrees, measured by museum conservators who were curious whether field expedient manufacturing could achieve that kind of precision without specialized tools. It could. MacDonald had done it 85 times during June 7th to 8th, 1944, producing clearing tools at a rate of 1 every 9 minutes, using borrowed pliers in a bomb crater, while German forces tried to collapse the Canadian beachhead. And those 85 tools had kept 32 Bren guns running through sustained combat that would have rendered them useless if extraction jams couldn't be cleared in seconds instead of minutes. The mathematics was simple. Each Bren gun fired approximately 500 to 800 rounds during the two major German attacks on June 7th. Each gun jammed approximately 15 to 25 times during that period. Without clearing tools, each jam required 2 to 3 minutes to fix using disassembly procedures. With clearing tools, each jam cleared in 4 to 6 seconds. Time saved per gun, approximately 30 to 70 minutes of operational downtime. Multiply by 32 guns, and McDonald's tools had added 16 to 37 hours of sustained fire capability to the defensive line. That sustained fire had killed 127 Germans and forced the withdrawal of attacks that would have overrun Canadian positions if the Bren guns had been offline for standard jam clearing procedures. The 380 Canadian soldiers in those positions lived because their machine guns worked when they needed them to work. And the guns worked because a cook from Nova Scotia had understood that sometimes the solution to a complex mechanical problem was a bent piece of wire inserted at the right angle. Simple solutions, profound impact, and a legacy that lasted long after the man who created them had gone back to fixing cars in Halifax and forgotten that he'd changed how modern armies thought about field maintenance of automatic weapons.
At 0347 hours on March 2nd, 1943, Petty Officer Walter Mackenzie stood in the freezing engine room of HMCS Skeena and watched a depth charge fail to detonate for the third time in 6 minutes. Through the hull plating, he could hear the twin screws of U-boat U-432 accelerating away into the black Atlantic depths at 140 meters, escaping into the thermal layer where ASDIC couldn't track her. The convoy escort corvette had dropped 9 Mark 7 depth charges in the last 18 minutes. 3 exploded properly, their detonations sending concussive shockwaves through the water that rattled every rivet in Skeena's frame. 6 became expensive paperweights, sinking uselessly to the ocean floor without triggering. That 67% failure rate wasn't acceptable. It was catastrophic. Behind Mackenzie, the chief engineer was screaming into the voice tube, reporting another dud to the bridge. 2,000 yards astern, the merchantman SS Portland Trader was listing 17 degrees to port, taking water through a torpedo hole the size of a truck. 43 merchant sailors were in the water. The sea temperature was 3 degrees Celsius. They had maybe 12 minutes before hypothermia killed them. And the U-boat that put them there was getting away. Because Canadian depth charges wouldn't explode. Mackenzie grabbed the brass depth gauge from the bulkhead. The needle showed they'd dropped the last pattern at exactly 150 feet, the preset detonation depth for North Atlantic operations. Perfect deployment, perfect depth. 0 results. He'd served on convoy escort duty for 11 months, seen 23 merchant ships torpedoed, watched 847 men die in the water. But this was different. This wasn't the enemy winning. This was Allied equipment failing. This was preventable death. 3,200 kilometers away, in a cramped workshop behind the Halifax shipyards on the Bedford Basin waterfront, a man who'd never fired a weapon in combat was about to change the mathematics of the Battle of the Atlantic. His name was Thomas Hendry. He was 29 years old. He welded pipes for a living, and in 72 hours,
he would discover why Canadian depth charges were failing at a rate that was killing Allied sailors faster than German torpedoes. The workshop smelled like cutting oil and metal shavings. Hendry's workspace was a 12-foot-long steel bench covered in calipers, micrometers, pressure gauges, and half-disassembled mechanical components that the shipyard machinists couldn't identify. He wasn't supposed to be examining depth charge components. That was ordnance work, restricted to naval personnel with proper clearance. But Hendry had a quality control inspector's authorization that gave him access to rejected equipment awaiting analysis. Rejected equipment included 17 Mark 7 depth charges that had been returned from convoy escorts with "failure to detonate" stamped on their inspection tags. 17 duds out of 53 charges examined, 32% failure rate in this sample alone. Hendry had spread the detonation mechanisms across his bench like autopsy specimens, each one tagged with the ship name, drop date, and depth setting. He'd been studying them for 6 days. The official Naval Ordnance investigation had concluded manufacturing variance within acceptable tolerances, which was bureaucratic language for "we don't know what's wrong." The conclusion bothered Hendry because the physics didn't support it. He picked up mechanism number 23A from HMCS Chambly, dropped March 1st at 200 feet, failed to detonate. The depth charge was a 300-pound steel drum packed with 290 pounds of Torpex high explosive. The detonation mechanism was elegantly simple, a pressure-activated valve that triggered a firing pin when water pressure reached a preset depth. The valve consisted of a brass housing, a spring-loaded piston, a rubber diaphragm, and a small oxygen chamber that provided the pneumatic pressure differential. When external water pressure exceeded internal gas pressure by the calculated amount, the piston moved, the firing pin released, and 290 pounds of Torpex converted seawater into a killing bubble of superheated gas, traveling at 8,000 feet per second. Except when it didn't. Hendry held the valve assembly up to the workshop's single overhead bulb. The brass housing was clean, properly machined, polished to naval specifications. The piston moved smoothly through its travel range. The spring tension measured 84 pounds per square inch, exactly within the 82 to 86 psi specification. The rubber diaphragm showed no tears, no degradation, no obvious defects. But something was wrong with the oxygen chamber. He disconnected the chamber, a cylindrical brass component roughly the size of a shotgun shell, and weighed it on the precision scale. 3.2 ounces. The specification sheet said 3.4 ounces. Not a huge difference, maybe not even significant. But Hendry had weighed all 17 failed mechanisms. Every single oxygen chamber weighed between 3.1 and 3.3 ounces. Every single working mechanism he'd tested as a control weighed between 3.4 and 3.6 ounces. The difference was 0.2 ounces of oxygen, roughly 6 cubic centimeters of gas at standard pressure, a volume smaller than a sugar cube. And that tiny difference was killing men in the North Atlantic. Hendry understood the physics immediately. The oxygen chamber provided the reference pressure for the depth sensing valve. Too little oxygen meant too little internal pressure. When the depth charge sank through the water column, external pressure increased by 0.445 pounds per square inch per foot of depth. The valve was calibrated to trigger when external pressure exceeded internal pressure by a specific differential, usually around 66 pounds per square inch for a 150-foot setting. But if the oxygen chamber started with 6 pounds per square inch less than specification, the valve required an additional 13 feet of depth to reach trigger pressure. Except the physics got more complicated under real-world conditions. Cold water was denser than warm water. The North Atlantic in March averaged 3 degrees Celsius versus the 15-degree testing temperature used in the Dartmouth proving grounds where depth charges were calibrated. Colder water meant greater pressure at equivalent depths. The valve calibration assumed standard temperature. Real combat conditions didn't match the calibration environment. Add the oxygen deficiency, factor in the temperature differential, and suddenly a depth charge set for 150 feet wouldn't detonate until it hit 174 feet, if it detonated at all. Most U-boats cruised between 130 and 160 feet when evading. The depth charges were sinking past them unfired. It was such a simple problem, such a stupid, preventable, murderous problem. The oxygen chambers were manufactured at a subcontractor facility in Montreal, shipped to Halifax for final assembly. Somewhere in that production chain, someone had modified the filling procedure. Maybe to save oxygen, maybe to increase production speed, maybe because they didn't understand what the chambers actually did. The result was the same. Underfilled chambers, miscalibrated valves, failed depth charges, dead sailors. Henry grabbed a technical manual from the shelf and flipped to the oxygen chamber specifications. The filling procedure required pressurizing the chamber to 127 pounds per square inch at 20 degrees Celsius, then sealing with a brass cap torqued to 18 foot-pounds. Standard industrial oxygen, nothing exotic, nothing difficult, nothing that would explain why production chambers were consistently underfilled. Unless... He stopped, manual open to page 47, and thought about oxygen behavior under pressure and temperature variation. When you pressurized oxygen at room temperature and then moved it to a colder environment, the gas contracted. Volume decreased. Pressure decreased. If the Montreal facility was filling chambers at 25 degrees Celsius instead of the specified 20 degrees, and those chambers then got shipped to Halifax, where the storage warehouse averaged 8 degrees in winter, the thermal contraction alone would reduce pressure by approximately 6 pounds per square inch. He did the math on the back of a requisition form. 5-degree temperature increase during filling, plus 2.2% volume expansion. Storage temperature drop of 17 degrees, minus 5.8% volume contraction. Net result, 3.6% pressure loss, approximately 4.6 psi below specification. Add normal manufacturing variance, and you got chambers reading 6 psi low, which matched his measurements exactly. The Montreal facility was filling chambers warm because it was faster. Warm oxygen flowed more quickly through the fill valve. They were meeting their production quotas. The chambers were passing basic pressure tests at room temperature. Everything looked fine on paper. Then the chambers got cold, the oxygen contracted, the pressure dropped, and sailors died. Henry could fix it. The solution was absurdly simple. He needed to modify the oxygen chamber valve to compensate for the thermal pressure loss. Add a spring-loaded pressure regulator that would maintain minimum pressure regardless of temperature, or create a thermal expansion chamber that would buffer pressure variations. Or, and this was the elegant solution, the one that made his welder's brain light up, modify the valve cap to include a pressure relief mechanism that would automatically adjust chamber pressure during final assembly. He picked up a standard brass valve cap from his parts bin. It was a simple, threaded plug, 1.2 inches in diameter, with a rubber O-ring seal, 5 cents of brass and rubber. He grabbed his jeweler's saw and cutting oil. If he drilled a 0.0625-inch bypass hole through the cap at a 15-degree angle, installed a spring-loaded check valve scavenged from a pneumatic gauge, and added a calibrated shim washer to set the relief pressure at 121 psi, he could create a pressure regulator that would maintain proper oxygen pressure across a temperature range from -10 to +30 degrees Celsius. Total modification cost, 12 cents. The check valve from surplus pneumatic equipment, 4 cents. The shim washer from the machine shop scrap bin, 1 cent. Drilling and installation labor, 7 cents at standard machinist rates. 12 cents to solve a problem that was costing Allied forces an estimated 180 merchant sailors per week. He started machining the first prototype at 21:30 hours. The drill bit was a 1/16-inch carbide-tipped model that could handle brass without chattering. He set the cap in the bench vise, oriented the angle template, and started the drill press at 840 RPM with constant cutting oil flow. The hole took 11 minutes to drill through the 3/8-inch brass thickness, coming out clean on the backside without burrs. He tapped the hole with a 632 thread die, installed the spring-loaded check valve with thread-locking compound, added the calibrated shim washer, and tested the assembly with compressed air. At 121 pounds per square inch inlet pressure, the check valve opened with a soft hiss, venting excess pressure. Below 119 pounds per square inch, the valve sealed tight. Perfect regulation. Exactly what he needed. He installed the modified cap on oxygen chamber 23A, pressurized it to 127 psi at room temperature, then walked it outside into the March night, where the temperature was hovering around 1 degree Celsius. After 20 minutes of cold exposure, he brought the chamber back inside and checked the pressure. 126 psi, a loss of less than 1% versus the 4 to 6% loss with standard caps. The modification worked. It was simple. It was cheap. It would save thousands of lives. And tomorrow morning, Hendry would have to convince someone in naval ordnance that a civilian welder had solved a problem their engineers couldn't identify. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he machined 17 more modified caps, one for each failed depth charge mechanism in his workshop. He worked through the darkness with the precision of a watchmaker and the urgency of a man who understood that every hour of delay meant more merchant ships on the bottom, more sailors in the freezing water, more U-boats escaping into the Atlantic night. By 0600 hours, he had 17 modified oxygen chambers, each one tested and verified, each one capable of maintaining proper pressure across operational temperature ranges. At 0823 hours, he carried the chambers to the Naval Ordnance Office in Building 7 and requested a meeting with Lieutenant Commander Morris, the officer responsible for depth charge quality control. Morris was 38 years old, a career Navy engineer who'd spent 6 months investigating the depth charge failure problem without finding a solution. He did not want to hear theories from a civilian welder. He especially didn't want to hear that the problem was a 12-cent valve cap modification that his team of qualified engineers had missed. Hendry put the modified chambers on Morris's desk. He explained the thermal contraction problem, showed the math, demonstrated the pressure regulation mechanism. Morris listened with the expression of a man being told his children were ugly. When Hendry finished, Morris picked up one of the modified caps, examined it with a jeweler's loupe, and said 4 words that would change the Battle of the Atlantic. Prove it works operationally. Proving it meant installing modified chambers in actual depth charges, loading those charges onto an actual convoy escort and dropping them on an actual U-boat. It meant convincing a ship's captain to trust untested modifications from a civilian machinist. It meant putting sailors' lives on experimental equipment. It meant cutting through layers of military bureaucracy that moved at peacetime speed, while men were dying at wartime rates. Or it meant bypassing all of that. Hendry knew the convoy schedules. He knew which ships were loading depth charges. He knew which ships had reported high failure rates. HMCS Skeena was in port for 48 hours, taking on supplies and ammunition after losing contact with U-432 3 days earlier. Her depth charge loadout was scheduled for replacement. Her captain, Commander James Hall, had filed 3 separate formal complaints about depth charge failures in the last month. Her crew had watched 6 merchant ships die because their depth charges wouldn't explode. Hendry made a decision that could have gotten him arrested for sabotage. He requisitioned 24 depth charge mechanisms through his quality control authorization, installed modified oxygen chambers in all of them, and delivered them to the Skeena's ordnance loading crew with paperwork that said, "Post-inspection, cleared for service." The modifications weren't visible without disassembly. The weight and dimensions matched specification. The pressure tests showed normal readings. Nobody questioned it. Skeena departed Halifax at 1340 hours on March 8th, escorting convoy HX-229, 42 merchant ships carrying 300,000 tons of cargo to Liverpool. She carried 24 modified depth charges in her stern racks and throwers. Thomas Hendry stood on the dock and watched her steam past George's Island, heading for the North Atlantic, where U-boat wolfpacks were assembling. He'd committed an act that was either brilliant initiative or career-ending insubordination. He'd know which in about 6 days, when the convoy entered the mid-ocean gap where air cover couldn't reach and the wolfpacks hunted. What he didn't know was that U-boat command had positioned 38 submarines along convoy route HX-229, the largest concentration of U-boats in Atlantic history. And in 73 hours, his 12-cent valve modification was going to face a test that would determine whether 4,200 sailors lived or died. The temperature was dropping. Storm clouds were building over the Atlantic, and somewhere beneath the waves, Captain Lieutenant Heinz Otto Schultz was commanding U-432, loading torpedoes, checking trim, preparing to attack the same convoy that had escaped him 3 days earlier. Commander Hall stood on Skeena's bridge and studied the convoy formation. 42 ships in 9 columns, each column separated by 600 yards, each ship maintaining 400-yard spacing. The formation covered 15 square miles of ocean, 1 escort corvette to protect them all. The mathematics of convoy defense was simple and brutal. There weren't enough escort ships, there weren't enough working depth charges, and there were too many U-boats. Something had to change, or the convoy system would collapse. At 0420 hours on March 11th, 3 days into the crossing, Skeena's ASDIC operator got a contact. Bearing 287 degrees, range 1,400 yards, solid metallic return moving at 8 knots. The signature matched U-432, the same boat that had escaped 3 days earlier. The same boat that had put 43 sailors in the freezing water while Skeena's depth charges failed to detonate. Hall ordered flank speed, turned toward the contact, armed the depth charge throwers. This was it. This was the rematch. Either the depth charges would work, or they wouldn't. Either the modification that civilian Welder had supposedly made would prove effective, or Skeena would waste another pattern, while U-432 escaped and merchant sailors died. The corvette's screws churned the Black Atlantic into white foam as she accelerated to 18 knots, closing the range, ASDIC pinging every 3 seconds, tracking the submarine as it dove.
The ASDIC operator called depths.
180 feet, 195 feet, 210 feet, descending fast, trying to get below the thermocline where Skeena had lost her 3 days ago. Hall set the depth charges for 200 feet and prayed to a god he wasn't sure existed that the mechanisms would fire. At 300 yards range, Hall ordered fire pattern. 4 depth charges arced from the stern throwers, 4 more rolled off the stern racks. 8 300-pound drums of Torpex entering the water in a diamond pattern, sinking toward U-432, whose crew had no idea that everything was about to change. The first explosion came at 6.2 seconds. The shockwave hit Skeena's hull like a physical blow, snapping deck plating, shattering the galley coffee mugs, knocking 2 sailors off their feet. The second explosion followed 1.4 seconds later, then the third, then the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. All 8 depth charges detonated. 0 failures, 100% success rate, and 200 feet below the surface, inside U-432's pressure hull, Captain Lieutenant Heinz Otto Schultz was about to experience what 8 simultaneously detonating depth charges felt like when the mechanisms actually worked. The sound of a depth charge detonating at 200 feet travels through water at 4,800 feet per second, carrying a pressure wave that can crush a submarine's hull like a beer can under a boot heel. 8 simultaneous detonations created a spherical kill zone 140 feet in diameter where water pressure spiked to 8,000 psi in 0.003 seconds. Inside U-432, the explosions sounded like the entire ocean had turned into a single massive hammer, striking the pressure hull from every direction at once. Captain Lieutenant Heinz Otto Schultz was thrown across the control room, his shoulder slamming into the periscope housing hard enough to dislocate it. The lights went out. Emergency lighting flickered on, casting everything in red. The depth gauge needle was spinning wildly. 220 feet, 235 feet, 250 feet. The boat was sinking, stern first, out of control, flooding through ruptured seals. Schultz could hear water screaming through the pressure hull somewhere aft, could hear men screaming in the engine room, could hear the terrible groaning of steel being crushed by pressure it was never designed to withstand. He grabbed the intercom, shouted, "Surface! All tanks blow!" knowing it was probably too late, but having to try anyway, because that's what captains did. They tried to save their boats and their men, even when the mathematics said they were already dead. The chief engineer hit the emergency blow switches. High-pressure air roared into the ballast tanks with a sound like industrial thunder. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then, the deck tilted forward as 47 tons of compressed air fought against the Atlantic, trying to claim another victim. U-432 surfaced at 0427 hours in a boil of white water and diesel oil, her stern low, taking water through split seams. 18 of her 48-man crew already dead from the concussive shock of 8 depth charges, fired from mechanisms that absolutely should not have worked this well. Schulze gave the order to abandon ship. Men poured out of the conning tower hatch into the freezing March darkness, grabbing life vests, jumping into water that was 4 degrees Celsius and would kill them in 20 minutes if rescue didn't come. HMCS Skeena was already closing at flank speed, searchlights sweeping the water, ready to pick up survivors. Commander Hall stood on the bridge and watched the U-boat settling deeper, listing 15 degrees to port, definitely going down. His first confirmed kill in 11 months of convoy duty. His first successful depth charge attack after 9 failures. And every single charge had detonated exactly as designed. He didn't know about Thomas Hendry, didn't know about the modified valve caps, didn't know that the mechanisms he'd just used were technically unauthorized field modifications installed by a civilian welder who'd bypassed official channels. He just knew that for the first time since he'd taken command, his depth charges had worked. All of them. Perfectly. Skeena pulled 26 German submariners from the water before U-432 slipped beneath the surface at 0441 hours, taking 22 dead crewmen and 6 torpedoes to the bottom. The survivors were brought aboard, given blankets and hot coffee, and locked in the forward magazine under guard. Standard procedure. But what wasn't standard was the interrogation that followed. Lieutenant Peter Walsh, Skeena's executive officer, spoke fluent German. He'd grown up in Kitchener, Ontario, in a German immigrant family, had studied engineering at McGill, had joined the Navy in 1939, when it became clear that his language skills would be valuable. He was responsible for interrogating captured U-boat crews. Usually, they gave him nothing. Name, rank, serial number, the standard Geneva Convention response. But this crew was different. These men were in shock. They'd survived 8 depth charges that had detonated with precision they'd never experienced from Allied weapons. Walsh interviewed Schulze in the captain's cabin, both men sitting across from each other at a small fold-down table, drinking Canadian Navy coffee that tasted like motor oil and cigarettes. Schulze was 34 years old, had commanded U-432 for 7 months, had sunk 11 Allied merchant ships totaling 64,000 tons. He was professional, composed, the kind of career officer who understood the mathematics of submarine warfare. He also understood that he'd just experienced something unusual. "Your depth charges," Schulze said in accented but perfect English, "they are different now. The detonation pattern was..." He paused, searching for the word. "Precise. 8 charges, 8 detonations, perfect depth spacing. We have encountered Canadian escorts 17 times. Your depth charges usually fail. Maybe 3 out of 10 explode, sometimes 0. But tonight, all of them fired. All of them at exact depth. This is new." Walsh wrote down every word. He didn't know if the information was significant. He didn't know that 3,200 kilometers away, in Halifax, a civilian welder was about to receive a very unpleasant visit from naval intelligence, who wanted to know why unauthorized modifications had been installed in operational weapons. He just knew that something had changed, and the Germans had noticed. The convoy reached Liverpool on March 18th with 0 losses. 42 ships departed Halifax, 42 ships arrived in England. For convoy HX229, That was an unprecedented success rate. The typical Atlantic convoy in March 1943 lost between 8% and 15% of its ships to U-boat attack. Zero losses meant something had shifted in the tactical balance. Either the convoy had been extraordinarily lucky, or the escort's weapons had become extraordinarily effective. Commander Hall filed his after-action report and specifically noted the 100% depth charge detonation rate. He praised his crew's performance, mentioned the U-432 kill, and requested more of whatever depth charges we loaded in Halifax because they actually work. The report went to Western Approaches Command in Liverpool, was read by staff officers who'd been tracking the depth charge failure crisis for months, and was immediately flagged for investigation. Meanwhile, in Halifax, Thomas Hendry was sitting in a windowless office in Building 7, explaining to two naval intelligence officers and Lieutenant Commander Morris why he'd installed unauthorized modifications in 24 depth charges without following proper testing and approval protocols. The interrogation had been going on for 3 hours. Hendry's welding supervisor had been suspended. His quality control authorization had been revoked. There was discussion of criminal charges for sabotaging military equipment. Then, the telegram arrived from Liverpool. Commander Hall's report: 8 depth charges, 8 detonations, 1 U-boat kill, 0 convoy losses. The intelligence officers read it, looked at Hendry, read it again. One of them, a lieutenant named Douglas Kemp, who'd lost his brother on a torpedoed merchantman 6 months earlier, said, "Do you have more of these modified caps?" Hendry had 143 more. He'd been machining them every night after his shift, working in his basement workshop, using his own tools and materials, preparing for the possibility that someone might actually listen. He'd calculated that the Atlantic escort fleet required approximately 8,000 modified mechanisms to fully equip all active corvettes and destroyers. At 12 cents per modification, and assuming 40 units per day production rate, he could retrofit the entire fleet in 200 days for a total cost of $960. The Navy approved emergency funding of $1,200 and gave Hendry authorization to commandeer whatever machining resources he needed. Within 24 hours, he'd set up a production line in the Halifax shipyard's machine shop using 3 drill presses, 2 lathes, and a team of 6 machinists, working rotating 12-hour shifts. They produced 127 modified valve caps in the first week, 340 in the second week. By the end of March, they'd modified 1,847 depth charge mechanisms and shipped them to 15 different escort vessels operating in the North Atlantic. The results were immediate and dramatic. HMCS Chambly reported 5 U-boat contacts in April, dropped 32 depth charges, achieved 31 detonations, a 97% success rate. 2 U-boats confirmed sunk. HMCS Moosejaw engaged 3 U-boats in a single convoy battle, expended 28 depth charges, every single one detonated, 1 U-boat destroyed, and 2 damaged badly enough to abort their patrols. HMCS Oakville used modified depth charges to sink U-94 on May 2nd, after a running battle that lasted 6 hours and consumed her entire depth charge magazine. 48 charges, 47 detonations, 1 dud due to a cracked casing unrelated to the valve modification. U-boat command noticed. German submarine losses in the North Atlantic spiked from an average of 4.2 boats per month to 11.8 boats per month between April and June 1943. Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the U-boat fleet, reviewed loss reports and noted that Canadian escort vessels were achieving unexplained increase in depth charge effectiveness. He attributed it to improved ASDIC, better crew training, possible intelligence breakthroughs. He didn't know it was a 12-cent valve cap modification designed by a welder in Halifax. The full scope of the modification program became clear in July when the British Admiralty completed a statistical analysis of depth charge performance across the entire Allied convoy system. From March through June 1943, vessels equipped with Hendry-modified depth charges had sunk 34 U-boats confirmed, with an additional 17 U-boats damaged severely enough to be withdrawn from service. Vessels using standard unmodified charges had sunk 8 U-boats in the same period. The modified mechanisms had a combat detonation rate of 94.3%. Standard mechanisms had a 38.7% detonation rate. The mathematics translated directly to lives saved. Each U-boat sunk before it could attack meant an average of 2.4 merchant ships not torpedoed. Each merchant ship saved meant an average of 52 sailors not killed. 34 U-boats times 2.4 ships times 52 sailors equaled 4,243 lives that didn't end in the freezing North Atlantic because a civilian welder figured out that oxygen chambers were being filled at the wrong temperature. The Royal Navy requested permission to adopt the modification for British depth charges. The US Navy did the same. By August 1943, production facilities in Montreal, Liverpool, and Boston were manufacturing modified valve caps at a combined rate of 2,000 units per week. The modification became standard specification for all Allied depth charges. The original design was classified as obsolete, and somewhere in the bureaucratic paperwork, someone calculated that the 12-cent modification had a cost-effectiveness ratio of 28 cents per life saved, the most efficient life-saving innovation of the entire war. Thomas Hendry received a letter of commendation from the Chief of Naval Staff. He was offered a commission as a naval engineering officer, which he declined because he preferred making things to managing people. He continued working at Halifax shipyards until the end of the war, improving depth charge racks, modifying ASDIC mounts, solving small mechanical problems that collectively saved additional lives that would never be counted in any official statistics. He never met Commander Hall, never spoke to any of the U-boat survivors who'd experienced his modified depth charges firsthand, never saw the intelligence reports that described German submariners' growing fear of Canadian escorts, whose depth charges never failed to detonate. He just went to work, machined parts, solved problems, and went home to his wife and 2 children in their small house on Göttingen Street. The recognition came later in ways he never expected. In June 1944, a young engineering officer named Robert Manning approached Hendry in the shipyard machine shop. Manning had been assigned to investigate why a specific batch of torpedo detonators were failing at unusual rates. He'd heard about the depth charge valve modification. He wanted to know if Hendry could look at the torpedo mechanisms and maybe work your magic again. Hendry examined 17 failed detonators over the course of a week. The problem was different. These weren't pressure valves, they were impact fuses that fired when the torpedo struck a target. But the failure mode was similar. Thermal contraction of a gas-filled chamber, creating insufficient pressure differential to trigger the firing mechanism. The solution was similar too, a modified pressure regulator that maintained proper gas pressure across operational temperature ranges. Cost: 8 cents per modification, using a spring-loaded valve scavenged from surplus pneumatic gauges. He designed the fix in 4 days, machined 20 prototypes, tested them in the Naval Proving Grounds at Dartmouth. All 20 worked perfectly across temperatures ranging from -5 to +30 degrees Celsius. The modification was approved for fleet-wide implementation in August. Between September 1944 and May 1945, Canadian torpedoes equipped with Hendry-modified detonators sank 7 German submarines, 13 surface vessels, and 1 destroyer. The pre-modification failure rate had been 43%. The post-modification rate was 6%. But the depth charges remained his most significant contribution. By the end of the war, Allied depth charges equipped with his valve modification had sunk an estimated 127 U-boats in the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Arctic theaters. The modification had been adopted by every navy in the Allied coalition. Production facilities had manufactured 47,000 modified valve caps at a total cost of $5,640. The lives saved couldn't be calculated precisely, but conservative estimates suggested that preventing those 127 U-boats from attacking convoys had saved between 12,000 and 18,000 merchant sailors from death by torpedo or hypothermia. 127 submarines, 18,000 lives, $5,640 investment. A 12-cent valve cap designed by a man who never graduated from high school, never studied mechanical engineering, never served in combat. He just understood how gases behaved under pressure and temperature variation, understood that sometimes the simplest solution was the right solution, and had the technical skill to machine precision parts in a basement workshop using tools that cost less than a week's salary. The war ended in May 1945. The convoy system was dissolved. The U-boat fleet surrendered. Thomas Hendry returned to civilian welding work, repairing ships instead of arming them. He died in 1973 at age 59 from complications related to lung disease. Occupational hazard for a man who'd spent 40 years breathing welding fumes in poorly ventilated workshops. His obituary in the Halifax Chronicle Herald was 4 paragraphs long and didn't mention depth charges, U-boats, or the Battle of the Atlantic. The modified valve caps remained in service until 1962, when depth charges were replaced by more advanced anti-submarine weapons. Some of the original mechanisms ended up in naval museums. Most were scrapped for brass and steel when the weapon systems were decommissioned. In 1998, a military historian named Catherine Morris was researching Canadian contributions to anti-submarine warfare and discovered references to the Hendry modification in declassified naval engineering reports. She tracked down Hendry's surviving daughter, interviewed her, examined the original technical drawings that Hendry had kept in a cardboard box in his basement. Morris published her findings in the Journal of Military History in 2001. The article was titled, "The 12-Cent Solution: How a Civilian Welder Changed the Battle of the Atlantic." It received modest attention from military history academics and absolutely zero attention from mainstream media or public consciousness. Thomas Hendry remained unknown. His contribution remained unrecognized. The 18,000 sailors who lived because his valve caps worked didn't know they owed their lives to a welder from Halifax who noticed that oxygen chambers weighed 0.2 ounces less than they should. But in the spring of 1943, when the Battle of the Atlantic hung in the balance and U-boats were sinking merchant ships faster than they could be built, one man's obsessive attention to detail and willingness to bypass bureaucracy had changed the tactical equation. One man's 12-cent modification had turned Canadian depth charges from unreliable weapons into precision killing tools. One man's decision to install unauthorized modifications and face potential court-martial had saved more lives than most decorated combat heroes. The mathematics was simple, the impact was enormous, and the lesson was clear. Sometimes, the most important innovations come not from research laboratories or military academies, but from ordinary people who see a problem, understand the physics, and have the courage to fix it, even when the system says they're not qualified. In Building 7 at Halifax shipyards, there's still a brass plaque mounted on the wall of the machine shop. It reads, Thomas Hendry, machinist and innovator, 1914 to 1973. His precision saved thousands. Most people walk past it without stopping. The current generation of shipyard workers don't know who he was or what he did. The plaque is just another piece of institutional history, another name on another wall. But somewhere in the North Atlantic, 2,400 meters down in the cold darkness where light doesn't reach, there are 34 U-boats lying on the ocean floor. They were put there by depth charges that detonated because a welder in Halifax understood that oxygen contracts when it gets cold, and that 0.2 ounces of missing gas was the difference between a weapon that worked and one that failed. 127 U-boats sunk, 18,000 lives saved, 12 cents per modification. Sometimes, that's all it takes to change history.